on that board review, August 1st, 2023. As a few preliminary matters before we get started. One, everyone has been muted principally so that we can eliminate the potential for distractions and outside issues that may be coming into the hearing that will keep us moving forward. I'd ask that each of you, particularly those who have matters before the board today, pay close attention. If your address or your name is called and there is a resolution stated that it's moot or moot complied, that means it's resolved. You can sign off if you choose to. If you need to ask about what that, if you need explanation rather for that moot or moot complied designation, please call the administrator's office. That phone number is on the letter to receive inviting you to this meeting. This is a public meeting, so anyone who would like to just hang around and listen to all the cases today, you're welcome to do that. This is a public hearing. Also, we will ask the law department to come forth before we get started to share with us any resolved matters or continuous requests, etc. And that again will happen with one person who will read through the list. So please pay close attention to the list of addresses and names that are called. When your matter is called, I'd ask you be stationary, that you not move around because we can't hear it moving around. If you are in a vehicle, please stop and park. We will not have you hear your case if you are not parked in a safe place. So understand that. And we ask also, if you have to have conversations with individuals who are in your space, please mute yourself because regardless of how softly you speak, we can hear you. And you probably don't want us to hear the things that you're saying in private to someone else. So please don't do that. And we ask that you not try to speak over anyone. Each of us will have an opportunity to speak if your matter is being called. We will now have the board introduce itself as well as the other panelists, after which I will call on the law department. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair. Oh, one final matter. These hearings are being recorded by the Zoom application as well as a court reporter. This is a formal hearing. So if you're in bed, get up, get dressed. If you're reclining, please sit up and sit straight. If you aren't dressed properly, please put some clothes on. If you don't follow those basic protocols for a formal hearing, and if your matter is not important to you to comply, then we won't hear your case. Okay, thank you very much. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Chief Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior board member.
Beverly Penn, board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Cortez Patton, board member.
Brian McSherry, board counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Thank you very much. Ms. Penn, good to see you. Okay, so now we will call on the law department. Who's representing the law department today to share with us matters that have been resolved or the continuous requests, etc.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Michael Rullo, R-U-L-L-O, on behalf of the city.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rullo. What do you have for us?
Okay, so beginning with number 7 on the list, appeal ending 003719 concerning 3359 Front Street. The appellant is a Lev Preisler. I believe that the board was already informed of this on an email, but that matter can be marked moot.
Okay, thank you very much.
Moving to number 8, appeal ending 003808, concerning an appellant of the name Ekaterina Karafusia. The address, as a preliminary matter, the address is listed is 2022 Fairmont Avenue, but the correct address is actually 2026 Fairmont Avenue. That appeal has been withdrawn by the appellant.
Withdrawn, thank you.
Moving to number 10, appeal ending 003303 160 Osborne Street. The appellant is an Anthony Okonkwo. That matter is moot.
Thank you very much.
Moving to number 11, appeal ending 003533 concerning 6221 West Passyunk Avenue. The appellant is a Kwe Lam. That matter is moot.
Thank you.
I'm going to address numbers 13, 14, 15, and 16 at the same time. I'll read each of the appeals, but they concern the same property and the same appellants. So beginning with number 13, that is 003, ending 003753, number 14, ending 003756, number 15, ending 003759, and number 16, ending 003763. Each of those concerns 2813 Cambridge Street, with the appellant being an Edward Bartlett. The opposing counsel is a Mark Kopoulos. Those matters have been withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
Okay. Moving to number 26, appeal ending 003632, 2641 Edgemont Street. The appellant is a Deborah Kincaid. That appeal was withdrawn by the appellant.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
Moving to number 28, appeal ending 004039 109 Porter Street. The appellant is a Bin Liu. That matter is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Moving to number 30, appeal ending 003969 concerning 3267 to 81 Almond Street. The appellant is a Nikki Schaff. That matter is moot.
Thank you.
Number 31, ending 003795, 6142 Lansdowne Avenue, a Rainforest Property 3 is the appellant. Counsel for the appellant is a Mark Kopoulos. That matter is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Moving to number 36, appeal ending 003346 concerning 5946 Chew Avenue. The appellant is a Johnny Reynolds Jr. That matter can be marked moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
And excuse me, returning to number 35, appeal ending 003590 concerning 1250 Wagner Avenue, a Robert Merritt doing business as 65th Realty LLC. Those violations have been for now withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
I'm sorry, can I say something about 6142 Lansdowne? It's not in
Pardon me, your name,
compliance.
please?
My
What
name
is
is my name is Solomon Ogunshola and Gloria Tolulokwe. We are the tenant of
Okay.
6142 Lansdowne Avenue.
Right.
Mark Kopoulos is the attorney for the landlord. The
Okay, but you,
violations.
wait, ma'am. Your name doesn't show up on any of the appeals today, so that matter is not going to be heard. It's
I
move
actually
compliant.
sent an email to the board that I was going to be attending.
Yes,
and
but you don't have standing to say anything. You did not submit the appeal. What the records have indicated that is now moot complied, according to the record. So there's nothing else to be said.
So how do I get to show you that there is no compliance because I'm in the
Then
building?
you have to submit a request for an inspection to LNI. And if their re-inspection shows that there are violations, then you can, there will be additional enforcement action.
They actually have re-inspected.
Okay, but what I'm saying, well, one, we're not going to hear the facts of the case today because the record indicates that it's moot complied. The way that you can move forward is to call and make a complaint. There's also there's a letter, if you can call the appeal board, get an application to submit. Well, actually, there's no appeal because there's no violation. You would have to request a re-inspection. So if there's additional violations, then they will come out and take care of it.
Well,
Yeah.
what you
So that's all we're going to say today, ma'am. That's it.
Okay,
We're
thank
not going
you.
to engage any more conversation about it because we have a lot of cases to hear. Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, I have a question.
No, not until we finish this list with the law department. This is not open house for questions. So as I described earlier, we have a particular order we need to take. Mr. Rulo is representing the law department. He's putting on the record all those matters that have been resolved. Once we complete that, if you have a question about your particular matter, we will entertain it then. Mr. Rulo.
Yes, I believe some of my colleagues will have some additional items to raise other than the moot complied and the withdraws. There were a couple other preliminary matters that I did want to draw the board's attention to, though. I'm first beginning with, number 34 on the list.
Okay.
which is appeal ending 003-980, 9314 Academy Road. The appellant is an Ibrahim Khattab. Mr. Khattab, it's unclear what his relationship is to the appellant, who are
Okay.
individuals. I just did want to note that, but regardless, the underlying site violation notice was issued to the prior owner, so that is being marked moot.
Moot. Okay, thank you. So
The
Mr. Khattab
second-
present? I don't know if Mr. Khattab is present or not. Okay, so that's not noted as moot? Mr. Rulo?
Yes, and then the second one, and I'm not sure, I know that the board typically raises this near the beginning, is number 12, appeal ending 003-995 concerning 2237 North 51st Street. The appellant is a Gulam Gogalu. That appeal appears to facially be untimely, as the notice of violation was dated August 18th, 2022, and the appeal was filed on September 28th of 2022.
Okay, it was August 8th of 22?
Yes, August 18th, 2022.
And the
Yeah, but
appeal
I
was
got
filed-
the,
Wait, hold on a minute. We don't speak out of turn, so I'm not sure who that is.
that
So
is
just
my
be quiet. So just don't say anything until you're called on, okay? Now, Mr. Rulo, give me those dates again, please.
Yes, 1 second. And I did submit my exhibits. The notice of violation is dated August 18th, 2022. And if I am reading the appeal form correctly, the appeal was filed on, September 28th, 2022.
In 2022, okay. Given the nature of this matter is within the board's discretion, we will hear it today.
Okay,
Thank you.
and that does it for my preliminary matters.
Okay, I think I have a couple of hands up. I'll start with Mr. Christopher Johnson.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. I'm gonna ask that the board look at number 33 on today's list. This is the appeal regarding 140 South 50th Street. And I've had a chance to discuss the matter with attorney Al Belmont, who has appeared here today. And we have an agreement that would resolve the case. The petitioner was gonna withdraw the appeal. The city would agree to a 6-month stay of enforcement.
Okay, and Mr. Belmont present, sir, if you are, please put your name on the record.
Yes, my name is Albert Belmont. I'm the attorney for the appellant. And Mr. Johnson had accurately stated it. We're withdrawing our appeal without prejudice, and we're going to work it out the way he outlined.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Belmont, I believe what I just heard is city affirmed with a 6-month stay of enforcement.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, we will poll the board regarding HA 2022-003802. Settlement, city affirmed per agreement with a 6-month stay of enforcement. I need everyone to join me in this vote.
City affirmed 6-month stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 6-month stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 6-month stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement with 6-month stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement with a 6-month stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 6-month stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank
Is
you.
that it, Mr. Johnson? Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, Ms. Caroline Curley.
Thank you, board. I am representing the city on numbers 40 and 41. Those were the matters listed for an emergency hearing today. And just for the record, those concern 532 West Ansbury, HA 2023-002857, and 4500 North Fairhill. That's HA 2023-02856. Those appeals essentially relate to 2 neighboring parcels concerning the same violations. The appellant is Mr. Michael Mayberry on both, and he is present today. The city has reviewed this with the department as well as with the appellant, and we are requesting a 30-day continuance on this matter. We no longer believe it warrants emergency status based on the compliance that has been obtained thus far. So we would just be asking for 30 days. Mr. Mayberry understands that he is currently under cease and cannot operate until that cease is lifted by the department. But an inspection is scheduled for tomorrow, which may render this entire matter moot. So we would just ask for 30 days to continue this, and hopefully it will be resolved prior to that date.
Okay, is Mr. Mayberry with us today? If he is, sir,
Yes.
Sir, would you raise your right hand before I ask you to speak in? Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Mayberry, do you agree with what the city has stated?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're okay with the continuance request?
Yes.
Okay. In regard to 532 West Ansbury, we will continue that matter. 4500 North Fair Hill, that matter will be continued as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Are we doing a 30-day stay of enforcement on that? Or
No,
we
it's just being
doing
continued.
a continuance?
Just continuance.
All right, thank you.
I believe that's what Ms. Curley requested was a continuance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that does conclude my preliminary matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Amy Scouts.
Yes, good afternoon. I will be representing the city on number 43 today.
Okay.
That's HA 2023-002716 for an intent to cease issued at 2847 Shipley Road. This hearing before the board today is the appeal from the occupant of an apartment, a basement apartment there. The occupant did request a continuance this morning. However, the city would be opposing that continuance today. And I just wanted to put that on the record and see if the board had made a determination on the continuance request.
Actually, because of the nature of the request and the fact that it's an intent to cease, and it was an emergency hearing request, all of those matters suggested that we needed to hear from you and potentially from the appellant. Is anyone present representing Felicia Nangai? Anyone present? Okay, now according to the information that the board received, there's a matter of surgery incapacitating the appellant, which means that she wasn't able to participate today. And so I guess I need to hear from the city in terms of what is your position regarding the cease itself?
Our position, so both the owner and the occupant appealed this appealed the cease. The owner's hearing was already heard. The city asked for this to be listed as an emergency. The department does believe there are life safety concerns at this property. We would like to move forward with the cease as soon as possible. However, since there is an occupant of this location, we wanted to give her an opportunity to have her appeal heard. We would be objecting to the continuance today, as we would like to move forward with the cease. However, if the board is inclined to grant a continuance due to the circumstances, we would just ask that it be listed as soon as possible at the next board hearing.
What was the outcome of the owner's appeal?
The owner failed to appear to the hearing, so it was a city affirm based on non-appearance.
Okay. So let's do this. Given the nature of the request for continuance, the fact that the individual is medical we believe a legitimate medical reason for lack of appearance today, let's continue it and relist it as quickly as possible.
I'll continue this to August 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, are we going to be requesting must be heard on this one?
We can. Yeah, we can do.
Because
Let's
the
add that.
owner
That's
failed
good.
to appear on his appeal.
Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll add must be heard caveat to the relisting. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
And the next, so it'll be listed August 15th?
15, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Ms. Scott?
No, that is it for me today. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Will Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first turn your attention to appeal number 4 on the list. Appeal
Okay.
number ending in 3562, address 1500 Market Street, and appellant Frank Cianfrani. I think Mr. Cianfrani may be with us today. I don't see him. Regardless, I entered into a settlement agreement regarding this appeal. I forwarded notice with the appellant copied to board administration. Essentially, 2 of the 3 violations are complied. For the 1 remaining violation, we've agreed to a city affirmed with a 30-day stay of enforcement disposition. And the 1 remaining violation is related to the sprinkler certification for the subject premises, which is again 1500 Market Street.
Okay, alrighty. So we will then poll the board on HA-2022-003562, 1500 Market Street. Frank Cianfrani, city affirmed per agreement with 30-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you.
City affirmed per the agreement with 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 30 days stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 30 days stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much.
So I can add in city affirmed per agreement, 30-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, anything else?
Yes, thank you, members of the board. Next, I'd like to turn your attention to case number 23 on the list. Subject property 5306 Magnolia Street, appeal ending in 3402. Appellant John T. Johnson, or Jane T. Johnson, who I see is with us today. Ms. Johnson's appeal alleges that she is not the owner of the property, but is instead a trustee for the owner. I have confirmed as much, and so those violations are to be withdrawn, and then they will be reissued to the actual owners of the property.
Okay, thank you. Noted as withdrawn. Thank you.
Next, this was already read into the record by Mr. Rulo, but I saw that the appellant, or who I believe is maybe the appellant's wife or family member, Ms. Reynolds, is here. So this is case number 36 on the list, appeal number ending 3346, 5946 Chew Avenue, appellant Johnny Reynolds Jr. It sounded like the Reynolds might have had some questions or concerns after the MOOC complied disposition was read into the record. I just want to give a brief point of clarification. The department has confirmed that all of the violations have been addressed. They've marked all of the violations complied in their system. And so I sent an email to Mr. Reynolds' email address last Thursday, informing him that the appeal would be marked MOOC complied and that no hearing would take place.
Okay, thank
so
you.
that's the current posture for the Reynolds.
Okay, thank you.
And-
Thank you for that clarification. Now, do we have anyone else from, Mr. Rulo? Your hands up.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I have one other matter that
Yes.
it's a little bit unusual, but I believe it could probably be disposed at this stage.
Okay,
It's
what is that?
number 25 on the list, appeal number ending in 3013, subject property 1527 to 29 North 16th Street. An appellant is Luis Messiah, and Mr. Messiah is with us today. Very brief bit of background. Mr. Messiah is a neighbor of the building in question, and he appealed a zoning permit that the property owner obtained that would authorize demolition of the subject property. Mr. Messiah's appeal was on the basis that the property is historically designated and thus should not be demolished. I spoke to a number of city officials and colleagues, and I have confirmed that although L&I will give out a zoning permit for demolition without checking for historical designation, here L&I has already declined to issue a demolition permit to the property owner upon application due to the historical designation. And in fact, just yesterday, my colleague Dejanay Davis entered into an agreement for common pleas action against the property owner through which the property owner would be obtaining permits to legalize repairs that have already allegedly already occurred at the property. So the city's position, again, this is the appeal of a zoning permit that was issued to an individual. The city, while of course being the issuing agent, is not directly a party to this appeal. But I spoke with Mr. Messiah this morning. He still wanted to appear here today, I think to, make sure that he was heard and or to make sure that things were progressing the way I told him. But the city has no intention on issuing a demolition permit for this property. And in fact, it's been averred in court that some repairs have already taken place and that a permit to legalize those repairs will be forthcoming.
So Mr. Messiah appeal make a preemptive appeal of the demolition permit?
No, a zoning permit authorizing
permit,
demolition
okay.
was issued.
Okay.
And I could certainly understand why that would give concern to neighbors that were against the demolition of the building. But after speaking with officials and colleagues, I learned that a zoning permit, when that's applied for a demo, they will not check historical designation. They'll issue the permit. However, the historical designation will hold up the issuance of a demolition permit. And that already did occur here. And now by court order, by agreement, it's an order by agreement, but it is a court order. There is to be legalization of repairs at the property, not a demolition.
So Mr. Messiah, I guess the most expedient way is to have him withdraw his appeal. Is that what you're suggesting?
If Mr. Messiah is so inclined, I would agree with that. I think maybe he would do that now that I've set forth the city's position regarding this
Okay.
matter.
Now, if we need to have a full hearing, then we'll need to do that in due course today. So
Yes, understood.
Mr. Messiah, if you're present, would you unmute yourself?
Yeah, there's
Now, before you start speaking, sir, I need you to raise your right hand so you can be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth so help you God?
I affirm.
Now, I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Messiah. Given the nature of your appeal as represented by the city, are you prepared to just withdraw the matter or do you want to have a hearing on it?
I'm prepared to withdraw the matter based on the documents that
Okay.
Mr. Fernandez provided.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll note it as withdrawn, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Messiah.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank you,
coming.
members of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Note that matter as having been withdrawn. That's HA 2022-003-013, 1527-29 North 16th Street. Withdrawn. Thank you very much. All righty. Anything else, Mr. Fernandez?
That concludes my business for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Rulo.
Yes, good afternoon again, Chairman Woodson. If I could direct your attention to an emergency appeal concerning 6522 West Girard Avenue, the appeal ending 003035. Opposing counsel, Mr. Lee Schlamowitz, is here and has a continuance request that he would like to present.
Okay, Mrs. Schlemowitz, I didn't pronounce that correctly, so please forgive me. You put your name on record, sir, and make your request.
Absolutely. It's Lee Schlamowitz for the court reporter. That's SHLA, M as in Mary, OWITZ. Good afternoon to the board. I have the pleasure this afternoon of representing appellant Scenic and Girard as it relates to 6522 West Girard. I predicate today's request for a continuance on behalf of my client on the assertion that this is brought to the board as an emergency appeal, presumably based on the fact that it contains an order to cease. I am prepared today to withdraw my opposition to the order to cease, which is to cease operations of an allegedly unlawful event space. And I believe that moots the emergency portion of the violations. The remaining violations, alleged violations, have either all been repaired or will be, we believe, repaired by the end of the week. We have contractors scheduled to install an alarm system. And so I believe the most reasonable course procedurally is to continue the hearing. I would request 30 days from the board so that we can get those repairs finished, hopefully by the end of this week, and then have some time for them to be inspected and complied. And I believe that's the most efficient way to use the board's time and make sense for both my client and the city. And I appreciate your time and attention to my request.
Okay, what is the city's position in this request?
So the city's position here, and I understand and appreciate Mr. Schlomowitz's position here, is that, this still should proceed today. He noted that his client is withdrawing the opposition to the intent to cease. Our position is that we still need a resolution on the underlying violations because they have not all been complied in case further action is necessary in the intervening time. So that's our position.
Okay, so the city is opposed to the continuance.
That's correct.
Okay, is the city prepared to move forward today?
We are, if the board were to deny the continuance, I would just request a few minutes for Mr. Schlomowitz and I to discuss this matter. So
Okay.
I'm,
Okay, Mr. Slomowitz, are you prepared to move forward today?
If necessary, yes, that's correct.
Okay, we will hear the case today then. There are a couple matters I just want to put on the record. This is a intent to cease, which is extremely critical when we see that label attached to a project. The second thing, this is an emergency request, emergency hearing request, which means that everyone thought it was such a critical matter that it jumped the line to be heard as quickly as it has been. And so I'm not inclined, the board is not inclined to continue this without hearing it today, to understand what's going on with it. Because we need those matters on the record, given the nature of this this case. So, Mr. Rulo, you can move down the order of cases that are called if you need be. You and Mr. Slumowitz can either go in a breakout room or phone call, whatever you need to confer. If that's
Okay.
necessary.
thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. So we will hear the matter today. Okay, anyone else? Okay, I have a Corey Federich.
Yes,
sir.
hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I don't have a preliminary matter as in a continuance or anything. Also, let me identify myself. I'm sorry. I'm a certified legal intern with the city under supervision of Attorney Caroline Curley. So 2 of my 3 matters that I have assigned today, the inspectors have a hard out at 4 p.m. So I was just hoping to put in a request with the board that those cases could be heard earlier
Which
on
ones
in
are
the
those?
list.
Which ones are those?
That would be number 6, appeal ending 4019, 4529 Locust Street. And then also case number 9, appeal ending 3815, 4721 B Street.
Okay, all righty, we will call them early in the process. Okay. All right, request granted. Anyone else? Okay, now during the preliminary matters, there were some voices from, I believe, appellants who had questions. Are those individuals still have questions that we need to address now, or can we move on to hear the cases that are before us? I guess I have a Gulam. Yes, ma'am.
From Gogolo, yes.
And how may we help you? What is the situation?
Yeah, so earlier, I'm not sure if it was a court personnel from the city. Well, by the way, thank you and good afternoon. So I have a property that is in the violation according to the ticket I got, but it's for the flowers. I have wildflower in front of my
Okay,
house.
wait. What we'll do, given that, your case will be called, and then the city will
Okay.
put its case on, and then you can put on your defense.
Please, so I will wait, whatever it
Okay,
takes today.
what address is that, by the way?
The address 2237 North 51st Street.
Yeah. Okay, just one moment. Just want to see where we are. Have we called that one yet today?
Yeah, by the city.
North 51st Street?
It's 2237 North 51st Street. Yes, sir.
Just
Case
one
number
moment.
12.
Number 12? Okay, all right. Yes, we do have an issue there. We're going to hear that case today, so we'll call it in order, okay?
So
you'll
I'll
be
stay
able to
tight.
put your defense on it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll stay
Okay.
tight. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the board has several questions must be resolved, and before we proceed, I'll start with case number 2. That's 937 South 51st Street. Who's representing the city in that matter? That's South 51st Street. The appellant is William Pringle, doing business as Two Brothers Auto Service.
Hi, this is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, there's a standing issue we believe, we're unsure, because we're unsure of the relationship of William Pringle to this address.
I'm not sure Mr. Pringle has appeared here today. But the city is prepared to go forward.
Okay, is Mr. Pringle present?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, Mr. Pringle, what is your relationship to this property, to this address?
I'm a leaseholder.
Okay, you're a leaseholder?
I rent, yes, I rent the property.
Okay, did you submit the appeal?
Yes, I did.
Okay, already. And are you, William Pringle, are you doing business as Two Brothers Auto Service?
At the time I was, but now that has been dissolved.
Okay, the violation was issued against the Two Brothers or against William Pringle?
Against Two Brothers.
Okay, so I think Mr. Johnson need to think about that and decide how we to proceed when we call this matter, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we'll call your case in a few minutes.
Okay.
All righty. Case number 20, HA-2022-004-020-405 East Haynes Street. Who's handling that matter?
+1-215-205-6080.
Okay, who's handling that matter for the city?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, could you repeat the address, please?
405 East Haynes Street.
That's Mr. Rulo.
Mr. Rulo, are you present? Okay, if anyone's near Mr. Rulo, ask him to return so that we can have him address an issue with this matter.
Yes, just one moment, board. Sorry, this is Caroline.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I believe he's in the breakout room.
Okay, well, let's skip that then. Let's move
He's
on.
not in the breakout room.
Okay.
No.
Well, I tell you what, we'll move on anyway, and when we come back to it, we'll inquire. Number 32.
Excuse me, board members, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
If you could, which case was this concerning?
Number 20, 405 East Haynes Street. The issue there
Yes.
is a standing question. This person, Anthony Potty, what is his relationship to the address?
Excuse me, board members, I'm in the process of pulling up my file here.
Yes, take your time.
Yes, I had intended to raise that as a preliminary matter as well. It appears that Mr. Potty might be a property manager for the responsible party who is cited, a Mr. Drew DeMarco. If I missed this before hopping on, it was unclear to me. I don't know if Mr. Potty has explained what that relationship is. My understanding is that he is not an attorney.
Okay, if Mr. Potty is,
I
don't
can
see
also
him yet.
represent, I can also represent that I believe at around 1 p.m. I did receive an email from Mr. Potty. It sounded like he had not calendared the hearing date and was initially requesting a continuance. I did, just for the record, provide him with the Zoom information, and it appeared that he might be joining this via Zoom as a result.
okay. So let's see, is he currently on Zoom? Mr. Potty, if you're present, please speak up so that we may hear from you. If he isn't here yet, we will call it in regular order, Mr. Rulo, and we'll address the issue of standing at that time.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next matter, which is number 32. That is HA 2022-003-354, 220 Frames Avenue, Matthew Woodruff. Who's handling that for the city?
I believe that's mine. It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, we have a similar question here of standing. No relationship between Mr. Woodruff and his property, his address.
Is this, what's the address again?
220 Crams, Krams.
Crams.
Crams.
220 Crams. I'm not sure Mr. Crams has appeared. This is a site violation notice.
I see a Mr. Woodruff on the screen.
I'm the trustee for the trust that holds the property at 220 Crams Avenue.
Okay, so you were a trustee
Correct.
via an estate matter? Is this an
Well,
estate?
it's a permanent trust,
A permanent trust, okay.
right?
Okay, okay, so Mr. Johnson, that continues a standing issue, whether or not legal counsel should be representing the estate or not, or the trust.
And to be fair, this was the estate of Emily Woodruff, I believe, who is a family member of Mr. Woodruff.
Correct. My
Mr.
mother.
Woodruff, okay. Let me also, just for a moment, let me check in with legal counsel for the board. I need to get a reaction to that. I don't see him.
He's on, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just.
Okay. Any thoughts in terms of whether or not Mr. Woodruff, Matthew Woodruff, has standing to appeal this matter in his own right?
I would say that he does have standing.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, any issues with that?
City is prepared to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Woodruff, we will proceed and call your matter in due course as we go through the day, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. All righty. I think that completes our list of preliminary matters.
Mr. Chair, I just had two.
Yes, sir.
Case number 5, there was a continuance request, I believe. I don't believe it was mentioned on the record. Mr. Rulo, I believe, has that case.
Okay, Mr. Rulo?
I am temporarily back, but I appreciate your patience as these are called because there is some back and forth with that other matter. The city, I believe, responded and consented to that continuance given the circumstances.
Okay, so there's no settlement off for that?
That's number 5, just to be clear,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, number 5,
1 second.
430 Miller Street.
Yes, for Mr. Sellers, that's correct.
Okay, this is basic continuance.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we will continue that matter.
And then lastly, I did see that Mrs. Johnson was still on the line. Her matter was resolved, but she did seem to be having some.
Okay, which address is that?
That was 5306 Magnolia Street.
Okay.
wanted
Yes,
to
that's
stay.
number 23.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, do you understand that your matter has been resolved?
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Basically, the information that you shared with the law department was read into the record. And so the violation against you has been withdrawn and will be reissued to the proper person.
All right. Thank you so much.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Wade.
All right. You too.
Okay. Alrighty, if that completes the list of preliminary matters, we will then, based on requests from the law departments, begin with the first 2 matters will be number 6 and number 9. So, Mr. Wade, would you call those in that order?
This is case number 6, hearing appeal number HA 2022-004019, 4529 Locust Street. Amy Woznicki.
Okay. Who represents the city?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. This is Corey Fedorovich, again, under the supervision of Caroline Curley for the city.
Okay. Alrighty, do you have any witnesses today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Inspector McDonald.
Okay, is he present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sir, would you raise your right hand so that you can be sworn? Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and is the appellant present?
I'm here.
Okay, okay. Ma'am, would you mind pronouncing your last name and spelling it for us, please?
Woznicki, Kwasnicki.
Okay, Woznicki. Okay,
Correct.
all right. Thank you very much. Would you raise your right hand now so that you may be sworn?
I'm sorry?
Would you raise your right hand so that you be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And before we proceed, though, I just want to be certain here, this particular address, 4529 Locust Street, are you the only owner on record for that property?
I recently had my divorce go through, but have not yet filed the corrected deed with the records office. I have it, but it's not yet been filed, so my ex is actually still on the deed.
Okay, but you do have a order of the court that divides the property and it's your property?
Correct.
Okay, I guess counsel for the board, any issues with that? Do we need to see that?
I mean, I would just see if there's no objection from the city, then we can continue. If there is, and the city would like to see it, I think they would be entitled to if they do so request.
Okay, okay, city, what is your position?
May I kindly get the board's indulgence to briefly consult with my
Sure,
supervising
absolutely.
attorney? Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Just give us a moment, Ms. Kosnicki.
You can call me Amy.
Amy, well, this is a fairly formal in that way. We don't want to be too familiar with.
I think I
But-
should mention, I do not have those documents with me. I did not think they would be needed.
The city has no objection, so it's.
City has no, in this instance, the city has no objection. But as just a general note though, any business you conduct that's involving that property, until you get everything filed, make sure those documents are always handy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alrighty, let's begin then. The way we will proceed, just for everybody's understanding, the city will put on his witness first and put the facts on the record. Ms. Woznicki, you will have the opportunity to cross-examine the city's witness. After that is done, if you choose to put your position on the record, you will be allowed to do that, after which the board will vote to determine the outcome of the matter. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then let's get started. Ms. Federich?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pardon me while I share my screen. This is my first time doing this.
Okay.
All right. Inspector, can you see my screen?
Yes,
Okay, great. Is it big enough for you to view everything?
yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Inspector, can you just state your name for the record?
Inspector Brett McDonald, license and inspections.
Awesome. And can you talk about what your position is with licenses and inspections?
Code enforcement, and public safety.
And what are some specific job responsibilities that you have in that position?
To make sure that property owners keep the property up to code and take care, make sure their fire stuff is up to code and they're, everything's in the property line that they keep it up to code.
Understood. How long have you worked for the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
For 10 years now.
Okay. So I'll be moving on to what's marked as Exhibit A. You can see that clearly.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna scroll down.
And actually, sir, if you can make that fill the screen, that would be helpful, and magnify it a
this?
bit. Yes, and just magnify it a little bit so that you can read it.
Is that better?
Just a bit more. Yep, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So Inspector, can you tell me what this is?
The site violation notice.
And what, can you go over some of the details of what's on the site violation notice?
A site violation notice is a picture and also the violation code that goes, the picture that goes with the violation code that I seen at the time of my inspection.
So you issue this?
Yes,
Okay, excellent. And what is the specific violation?
extremely high weeds.
And that's the code section right here.
Yes,
Can you state that code section out loud really briefly?
code section is PM 15-302.
And what's the responsible party and address?
Responsible party is 4529 Locust Street.
Perfect. And the date that this was given out?
September 7th, 2022.
Thank you, Inspector. And then could you just state the specific code language here, because we're going to come back to it later?
Okay, all premises and exterior property shall be maintained free from weeds or plant growth in excess of 10. All noxious weeds shall be prohibited. We shall be defined as all grasses, annual plants, and vegetation other than trees or shrubs provided. However, this term shall not include cultivated flowers and gardens. Failure
That's
to
great.
comply-
Thank
Okay,
you, Inspector.
Mhm.
You don't have to do the last part.
all right.
And then just to clarify, you said that it's 10 inches, correct?
Yes,
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm scrolling down to exhibit B1. And I have to zoom out a little bit. Okay. Inspector, what is this?
extremely high weeds to me.
But what specifically is like this exhibit, just generally?
Oh, just, it's the front yard, it's just.
It's a photo that you took, right?
Right, this is a photo I
Okay.
did take, yes. On that day.
And then what date did you take this on?
September 7th, 2022.
Awesome. And you took this photo in the course of your business visiting the property?
Yes.
Okay. Now going into the specifics of the photo itself, as you were touching on a little bit earlier, can you just describe specifically what you see in this photo?
Very high weeds, almost like a forest.
And then when you go to the right side, right where my cursor is, if you can see it, what do you see there in relation to the sidewalk?
I can't really see what right on that part.
Is it too small for you to see?
If you could expand the photograph, I don't know
Expand
if
a
that's
little bit.
possible.
I can zoom in a little bit. Bear with me. So this is the top part of the photo and then
Yes.
scrolling down.
And that's the bottom.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so would you say that those leaves are growing out onto the sidewalk?
Pretty much, yes.
And if you had to estimate in height, like in feet, how many feet do you think that this is?
Well, obviously it's over 10 feet. Easily over 10 feet.
Thank you, Inspector. That should suffice. Okay, and then I'm moving down to exhibit B2. Inspector, this is another photo of the property, right?
Yes.
And you took this on the same day?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe what you see in this photo?
Extremely high weeds. Now you can see the part where it's growing. Now it's on top of the roof and it's like connecting to the other property.
And then you're referencing this upper left portion of the photo here?
Yes.
And you're saying that the leaves are growing not just on the subject premises, but they are extending onto the neighboring property, like their roof, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm scrolling down to exhibit C1. This is just briefly one photo. What does this demonstrate, Inspector?
That's the address.
Right. And then scrolling down to C2. So this photo, Inspector, what date was this taken?
That was taken July 27th.
And that was by you?
23. Yes, that was by me. Yes.
And so this is when you re-inspected the property, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see in this photo?
Same thing. Very high weeds, forest like.
So you would go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you can see where on this part as well, that is growing onto the neighbor's side as well.
So you would characterize this as there was no change whatsoever. It's still like the same.
Still the same, nothing's changed.
Understood. All right, scrolling down to exhibit C3. Is this another photo that you took at that re-inspection?
Yes, that's on the opposite side. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And over here, would this be the neighboring property
Yes,
on the right side of the photo?
yes.
And how would you characterize this vegetation in relation to the right side of the of the neighboring property?
Same as before, just very high. And it's coming over, and you see it's starting to grow over to the other neighbor's property as well.
over to the other
It's
neighbor's
encroaching,
property as
it's
well?
encroaching, it's encroaching to other neighbor's property as well.
Understood, thank you. And then there's just one last photo, Inspector. This again, this is from the second reinspection, is that correct?
Yes,
And in the upper left corner, that's still the same weeds that you mentioned on the roof encroaching over there, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So, that's it for the exhibit packet. Now, Inspector, in your experience, is this growth that you have testified about, would you characterize that as a cultivated garden?
Not at all.
So scrolling back up to the site violation notice exhibit A that we talked about earlier, pardon me while I zoom in a little bit. We have in the code, there's an exception for cultivated flowers, gardens, trees, and shrubs, and you wouldn't characterize that you just said as any of those exceptions, is that correct?
That's true. Yes,
So you would characterize this overgrowth like squarely as a violation of the code?
yes.
And then just talking about the impact of plants like this, what are some concerns that you would have for the neighborhood or for a neighboring house with a large overgrowth of plants like this, like reaching out into the properties and the sidewalk?
I mean, you know, with that stuff growing like that, I mean, it can just, you know, grow onto the window, or, you know, it can keep growing over, it can get caught in the wires. I mean, it's a lot that can happen with that.
Right, so you would characterize this as a nuisance for the neighborhood?
Yes, for the neighborhood, yes.
Okay. So at this time, board, I would like to move these exhibits into evidence.
So moved.
Thank you. So that concludes my questioning for the inspector.
Okay, all righty. Ms. Wasniewski, you will have any questions of Mr. McDonald?
Not at this time. May I
Well,
share
this
my
is-
screen?
Well, okay, not yet, not until the city
Okay.
finishes. This would be your opportunity for cross-examination. And so you're saying you don't have any cross-examination?
If I can share my screen, I can speak to
Excuse me,
the
Mr.
question of
Chair,
the
could you
weeds,
have
but I'm
him
not
drop
sure that
down?
that's cross-examination.
Well, wait, we're having some problems.
Right, could you have him remove his screen off, because it's.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. I was wondering why my images were kind of, okay.
All
All
right.
right, ma'am, so I apologize. So let me be clear. You don't have any cross-examination of the witness at this point based on his testimony, correct?
Well, I'm not sure when I'm supposed to explain what plants.
Well,
are
that'll
growing.
be when you present your side of the case,
Then that would not be a cross-examination.
correct? That
Okay,
would not be cross-examination. That would be you presenting your understanding of the case. And
okay,
you would explain your basis for your appeal, and you would argue for whatever it is that you believe is the
Okay.
appropriate approach. So, okay, no cross-examination. Mr. Fedorowicz, do you have any additional witnesses?
I have no more witnesses. I just have some pertinent case law that I may need to put into closing, if that's okay with the
Well,
board.
at the end, once the appellant has presented her understanding of the facts, you can have a close if you like, a short close.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Ms. Wasniewski, this is your opportunity to share with us your understanding of what's going on.
okay. So I bought this house in 2010, and this is the same information that I submitted during when I sent in the appeal, and I also emailed it this morning, so it's the same information if someone.
Can you magnify that a bit, please, so we can
Sure.
understand what we're looking at?
It's the original listing for my house when I bought it. You can see the O'Donnell real estate sign right here. You can also see the bamboo's already there. I didn't plant the bamboo. It was already on the premises when I bought the
Okay.
house.
How long ago was it? When was this photo taken?
2000 and, well, I'm not sure when the listing photo was taken, but I mean, it was on the market for a couple of years before I bought it in 2010.
Okay, so this is a photo of the property in.
When it was on the
June-
market before I bought it.
Okay, June 29, 2010. Okay,
Correct.
and it,
And
you're,
you can
the
see
purpose
the
of showing this, you want us to show us that some bamboo is currently on the property. Okay.
the bamboo was already there, correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I
When-
just would like to clarify, Ms. Kwasnicki, you're describing the plants that are there as bamboo. I believe Inspector McDonald was describing the plants that have become much larger and leafier as weeds. Are those his description of the weeds? Is that the same plant that you're calling bamboo?
That is correct. It is a clumping bamboo. And it's different from a spreading bamboo, which you can see in its growth pattern, because it starts in the middle and then grows outwards.
Okay.
When I had been in the house a few years and realized that the bamboo was growing, I consulted with a professional gardener and I hired her to tell me what to do to control the bamboo, because, or potentially eliminate it, but it's very hard to eliminate bamboo once it's established. So I bought, under her advisement, a roll of root barrier in 2014. And then over Veterans Day weekend, I hired her and worked with her to fully excavate my front yard and put in this root barrier that goes 2 feet deep. And it is containing the bamboo at its base. The next photo, and this is the receipt from the Amazon purchase of the root barrier. I had to buy a coil of 100 feet because they don't sell it shorter than that, even though I didn't need 100 feet length, but it is, as you can see, it's 30 inches deep and 40 millimeters thick. What you do when you install root barrier, because bamboo grows this way and then it goes up, you leave a bit of the root barrier revealed so that you can see if the roots have started to grow up, and then you can cut them to keep the bamboo from spreading. So my next photo, which I took yesterday morning, is of my front garden. And you can see right here, the top of the, so this is the bamboo in the background. You can see the top of the root barrier. These are just some leaves that are mulching from the bamboo. This is coleus, and this is hostas that are growing in the front yard. There's also some solidago, which is a native plant. I just planted it this year, so it's still establishing itself, but it's going to be like a 3 feet high blue stemmed native plant that will kind of block the view of the root barrier. I've tried a few different plants right along here, but they haven't established. So I consulted and it was recommended that I buy some solidago. So this is an annual, the hostas, I mean, the coleus is an annual, the hostas are perennial. They keep coming back every year. They do well in the shade of the bamboo. So this is, I think Mr. McDonald has almost the exact same photo as I took yesterday. So this is the root barrier again. It's a little more obvious from this angle. This is a drainage for the pipe that comes off the roof. This is sweet potato vine, which I'm sure a lot of you see. It's used a lot as a trailing plant off of containers and raised beds and wall gardens like this one. There's
Pardon, board, I just want to briefly note an objection on relevance. The city is
Well,
not citing
so
the
noted.
appellant for like these lower plants. It's just the bamboo. That's it.
I'm sorry, I heard that it's quote unquote.
Wait a minute. There was an objection, so I need to rule on the objection.
Oh, sorry.
So noted. We will overrule that because I want Ms. Kwasnicki to quickly get to her point, though. You can describe what you attempted to do, but the issue really becomes what is the current condition at your property?
So again, this is a picture I took yesterday. Here again, you can see the sweet potato vine.
Now that's a narrow view. Do you have an expanded view of your property as of yesterday?
I did not take a bigger picture than this yesterday. No.
Okay.
There is a container garden to the left here that has tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, peppermint, basil. There is,
But those things aren't in question. The issue really is to do with the bamboo and whatever else is growing in the bamboo that's up to the second or third level of your house.
the vine that's growing up the side is a native wisteria. It's a hybrid of a native wisteria so that it's infertile.
Okay, but you don't deny that it's there.
It's being
that
trained as a sunshade.
Okay, Miss, you don't deny that the photographs presented by the city are accurate.
I know I need to prune the wisteria, yeah, but I was we're getting work done on our bay window next week. And I was waiting for that work to occur because it will involve pruning them anyway. And if you prune at the wrong times of year or prune too much, what you get instead is like a huge overgrowth of vegetation. The wisteria actually just flowered for the first time this year since it was planted.
Do you have any other photographs?
The wisteria?
No, other photographs in your presentation. So if you want to.
No, I believe that's it. Again, so there's a front layer of trailing vines and plants, the sweet potato. There's a trailing lantana in here as well. There's
Understood, but we're focused on the overgrowth is the issue. So we want to keep.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kwasnicki, may I interrupt? May I interrupt, Ms. Kwasnicki?
Yes,
If I may, if I may.
Mr. Pickett, just for a moment. Just for a moment. Ms. Kwasnicki, are you wearing earbuds or something? Because it seems that you're out of sync with everyone else.
no, I'm not wearing earbuds.
Okay.
I just have a question.
Yes, please, Mr.
The city presented photographs that were taken in July of this year showing the bamboo and the wisteria growing above the roof of the porch onto the roof and further up along the front of your house. You didn't question the inspector, so I presume that you're not questioning the accuracy of the photographs that were presented by Inspector McDonald. Is that correct? That those pictures show your property as it existed in July, and there's been no change since July.
The bamboo is a variety that clearly grows to be about 10 feet tall, which is what it has been doing for over 10.
That's not my question.
Well, I can.
My question is, were the pictures that the inspector presented accurate as of July?
Yes, I believe I've shown the same pictures.
Well, you didn't show a picture from further out in the street showing the front of your house. You haven't presented that picture, but the inspector was out in the street apparently and shows a picture of the front of your house with the flowers, the plants. I have wisteria at my house. I understand some people call it hysteria because of the way it grows. So I understand a little bit about these plants.
That's actually why I got the American variety instead, because it's easier to train down. And the wisteria is being trained to be sunshade because it drops its leaves fully over winter, but creates a sunshade for the front of the house in the summertime. To confirm, the bamboo is very tall. It is not like, I mean, that is what was planted. And like I said, I've been just doing the best I can in terms of being a good steward for it. I've consulted with professional gardeners. I've consulted with Penn State Extension's hotline. I was advised this is the best approach for handling the bamboo. This is a photo, and I would like to just add that we do like it. Like it.
Well, not everyone. Everyone doesn't like it because someone complained, and that's what generated the inspection.
So, I mean, it's been here for over 10 years. It's been in this state of growth since at least 2014. It creates a wonderful privacy barrier for our porch. The character.
May I ask a question?
Like in a forest, like when you're
Yes.
sitting on my front porch, it does feel like you are in a forest when the wind blows through it. It is incredibly relaxing.
Excuse me.
Mr. Washington?
Good afternoon. I have a question for you. Did you trim the growth that's outside your house down to the legal size? Or did you just ignore it and let it keep growing?
I was under the impression that in appealing and getting a chance to explain the growth of the bamboo and what I've done to control and maintain it, that it was not necessary that I cut it down, because if I cut it down, it'll just be
But
progressively.
the rules and regulations states how tall it can be.
If it's a
So I
weed,
mean, understand, are you saying that you're not going to follow the rules and regulations? You're hoping that this board give you an opportunity to let it keep growing.
I'm saying it's not a weed.
Okay, when I'm saying that it have overgrown enough that it's onto your neighbor's property. And I'm asking you, have you trimmed it down at least enough that it's not going over your neighbor's property? And if so, where are the pictures?
I prune it every year in the spring and the fall because that's when you're supposed to prune it.
But no, not what you're supposed to prune. You're supposed to prune it down to the legal size.
Okay, Ms. Nikki, question for you.
Weed. I don't understand.
Well, I think the issue is this, and
More like a shrub?
the code is relating to weeds. You're arguing that it's a cultivated plant and you're cultivating according to horticultural rules, etc. So that's the argument I believe you're making. But
Correct.
the other
I
question,
consulted with both professional gardeners and with.
okay, you put that on the record, but understood. But I'm asking, and I think Mr. Washington was asking, there is a photograph, and Mr. Federico, Federich, would you mind sharing your screen? Ma'am, would you take your screen down for a minute? I want to re-see the other photograph. Show the screen for the front image that showed the overgrowth onto the neighbor's property. We want to see that one, particularly the neighbor to the left. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah.
That one?
I think that one and one other that should have this from a similar perspective.
There's also
There's
one
another one
from-
that shows the trailing vines going up the wall up to the top of the neighbor's property.
Right there.
There's another one.
This one?
Yeah. Well, no, there's one more.
I believe the best one was the last one to show how much it was.
There you go, that
climbing.
one.
Yeah.
That one. Okay, Ms. Nikki, the question to you is this. You took the photo of image down, keep it up. Yeah. Ms. Nikki, the issue is this. The trailing vines, etc., that you have planted and cultivated, it's invading your property of the neighbor next door. What are you doing to keep the planted material on your property alone?
I actually am in the process of getting a trellising system installed as soon as the bay window gets worked on next week.
So what will that mean? I'm not sure what that means.
A trellising system would contain the growth.
To your property alone.
And keep it on my property alone, correct?
Okay.
And
so,
that work was actually supposed to happen in May, but it got pushed back by the.
okay. So the other part of it though is that once you do that, is it your desire that the front of your house be completely covered in greenery?
In the summertime, yeah, because it cuts the heat.
Okay. And so you will then have to manage it when it grows up to the roof line to keep it from trailing onto your neighbor's home.
It won't grow like this again. I was really surprised myself at this. And like I said, it also flowered for the first time this year. It's never grown like this, like what's been happening in the past year or so. I think it actually.
So what have you done in the last several weeks to reduce the size of it so it's no longer on your property of your neighbor, from the front porch all the way up on both sides?
Well, in the past in the past couple of weeks, I was away, so I wasn't able to work on it at all. And as I mentioned, we have the bay window work going on next week, so it was on my to-do list for next week. I didn't realize that this hearing would be asking about the wisteria because all I received was a packet that showed a photo of the bamboo. So I would have brought more information about like the window work in the bay that's getting done, as well as like the trellising system for the wisteria. I do not have a problem at all with cutting any of this back. I cut it back, like I said, twice a year.
Well, you may need to do it more often than that, and to satisfy your neighbors and to be a good neighbor. If they don't want that level of vegetation on their
That
property.
house is empty and has been empty for the whole time I've owned my house.
Okay, but see, this is your appeal, and the images that we were shown of overgrown.
No, I agree. I agree that please, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say I'm not arguing about the need to like trellis the wisteria. It is something I was planning on working on.
What we see is not just trellising the wisteria, it is to be aggressively cultivating it so that it's only on your property.
I can definitely do that. This is all growing up just one pipe. I know exactly where it's growing from, and I can go home today and cut that part back and re-trellis it.
But the reality of it is that you appealed a violation which is written based on what we see.
I appealed about the bamboo because that was the information that I received in the mailing. There was just one photo in that packet, and it was only of the front garden and the bamboo. And so that's what I came prepared for today.
Okay. All right,
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
I did not see the rest of this packet until I got into work this morning.
If we could get that.
Email.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Yes, if we can get that photo back up there, I have a question of Inspector McDonald, just for some clarification.
Certainly.
Mr. Fedowicz, thank you very much, sir.
This photo?
Yes, Inspector McDonald, you were out there, sir. It appears that there is a wire running from, I'm believing it's from electrical line or a telephone pole, I'm not sure, onto that property and where the growth is. Is that a wire running? Do you recall, sir?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, it is a wire.
Yeah, so that's running to the electric pole, or?
I think it, yes.
Is that wire running, is that pertain to which property, or you're not sure, or is it to joint properties?
I really can't tell with the overall
Right.
overgrowth and stuff there. I can't tell.
And Ms. Korzicki, you realize that this particular growth can pull that wire down and create a situation?
I will address the wisteria immediately within the course of the next week. It was already on my list to do.
Okay.
Mr. Ten, I have a question of Mr.
Mr.
McDonald.
Chairman, if I may, I understand you've got two different plants and Ms. Kwasnicki was prepared to deal with the bamboo, but the fact is, as you look at these photographs, it appears that the wisteria is intertwined with the bamboo, and one can just say it's one big weed patch that needs to be dealt with. And it appears that I understand there's a pruning season, but when things get out of hand, you have to deal with it sooner than later.
Understood. And Mr. McDonald, question for you. You've represented the plant material as weeds. Did you do any research to determine what in fact you were looking at?
Well, no, not necessarily, no.
Okay, because the code speaks directly to cultivated gardens, etc., and the plant material is wisteria and bamboo. So would it matter whether it was that or some native weed? Would it make a difference?
No, because it still has to be, it says, if you read the code, it still has to say, it has to be, 10 inches. It can't be nothing higher than that.
Okay. And
if
actually,
I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, if you could take us back to that code, I want to see that.
Absolutely. So I was prepared to discuss this a little. I'm still sharing my screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, the specific language of the code is that it shall be maintained free from weeds or plant growth in excess of 10 inches. And whether it's characterized as a weed or a plant growth, this bamboo and this wisteria qualifies as that. So weeds are defined as all grasses, annual plants, and vegetation. Without getting too specific and scientific about it, bamboo is classified as a grass, it's vegetation, it fits into all of this. It's not a tree, it's not a shrub, as the appellant noted.
It's also not an annual, though. It's not an annual.
Wait, ma'am, you can't jump in.
I
You can have-
apologize. I
Okay,
apologize.
continue, sir.
It's not exclusionary. It doesn't have to be a grass, an annual plant, and a vegetation. It's a grass or a vegetation. And by the plain language, the ordinary understanding of the words cultivated flowers and gardens, this thicket of bamboo, as the inspector described it, vastly exceeds what one would consider to be an acceptable garden. At the end of the day, this is a noxious overgrowth that is affecting the quality of the neighborhood. And that is why we've had complaints to the city about it.
All right, Ms. Woznicki, you wanted to have some final comment?
I mean, I'm not really sure where the complaint came from. Like I said, the bamboo has been in this state and the wisteria has been growing on it and up to the roof and serving as its sunshade for years. And there have been no complaints. I have neighbors regularly asking actually if they can have some of the bamboo when I print it back because they use it for garden fences. The Girl Scouts used it for one of their projects. The synagogue in my neighborhood uses it every fall to build their sukkah.
Okay, well, the reality is we did get a complaint.
I understand that. I'm just saying
So that's why we're here today.
Again, it's been growing like this with the garden in front. It is a cultivated clumping bamboo. It is not a weed. And again, I mean, I showed you when I bought the house in 2010, I showed you the receipt from 2014 when I had so much work to get that root barrier in. We literally had to empty the front yard, as small as it is, onto the sidewalk in order to install that root barrier. And then I put my garden back together. I have actually been taking care of it for a very long time. And I continue to regularly consult with professional gardeners and, like I said, Penn State Extension about how to be a good steward of these plants. And I have been doing so. I am not arguing about the fact that it is time for the wisteria to get pruned back. And as I stated, it was already on my list to do for next week when we're getting this window and the bay windows worked on anyway. And then a new I can do a new trellising system. It only just started flowering. It only just started growing like this, like within the past year. And I had to research the best thing to do. I've been told many, many times that if I just tried to cut down that bamboo, what will happen is an explosion of growth. It will get way more aggressive. It will absolutely try to jump that root barrier, but that root barrier has been installed since 2014.
Okay, Ms. Woznicki, one of the things we are not, your testimony is credible in terms of the actions you've taken. I don't think anybody's questioning that. The reality is that you live on a very compact neighborhood where all the houses are attached row houses, although they're wide, and that's University City area, so you have a lot of space. The reality of it is that you are living in a row house community. And so your desire to achieve a forest-like environment for your space may not be doable in a row house. And so that's the conflict, the reason why we're here today. So if there's nothing else from anyone, I'm going to ask my colleague to join me in a breakout session for a few minutes. Then we'll come back and vote on this.
Excuse me,
No, who are you, sir? Who are you?
My name is Gideon Simpson. I live with Ms. Kwasnicki at the address in question.
No, you don't get to speak unless you would have to be a witness. Okay, but his name is not on the appeal. This is a formal hearing. Everything's been recorded by a court reporter. For someone else to be called into it, that person had to be introduced as a witness. I asked earlier if you had a witness. You said you didn't.
I did not understand you needed to be characterized as a witness.
Okay, this is a hearing. And so everybody who speaks has a particular role. Okay, so do you want him to be your witness? If you do,
If he would like
I
to
will
speak,
swear him.
and he can, I would appreciate that.
You will have to ask him questions. He just can't have a moment of free speech. So, sir, if you're prepared to do that, then he can be your witness.
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest that we go forward with the conferencing in the breakout room, and Ms. Kwasnicki, I apologize, would have would have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Simpson or craft her questions so that she
Okay.
can ask them when we return.
That's fair enough. We'll do that.
If I may add, it would appear that Mr. Simpson, if he's going to testify, has to be explained as to why his testimony would be relevant, since he's not an owner of the property, he's not someone that was cited. So unless he has some expertise to offer, I don't know that it would be appropriate to hear from him.
Okay, Ms. Kwasnicki can put that on the record when we return. Is now, ma'am?
I do just have one quick question then, like,
Okay,
or clarity maybe. So given that the bamboo was already on the property when I bought it, and that I've just been trying to handle it, do a good job with it since, isn't that like a grandfathered in sort of thing? Like,
no. It was not overgrown when you bought it. Maybe the person who planted it should not have done that. It just, no. And so that's sort of the reaction to that. Okay, this is 2:57. We will be, Mr. Kelly, we're ready to go back to the record. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Kwasnicki, we are back on the record for your matter, 2022-004-019. Ms. Kwasnicki, did you want to call Mr. Simpson as a witness for you?
no, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Given that, any final argument, Ms. Kwasnicki, before we hear from the city?
I mean, I'm not really sure how else to explain that it's not a weed.
Okay. Okay, all right, okay then, does the city have final argument?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to briefly bring up one case in response to what Ms. Kwasnicki said right before the break. There is a Commonwealth Court case that says that if the plant was growing on the property beforehand, that doesn't matter. You still have to maintain the property. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then my brief closing is, what matters here today is ordinary understandings of the code, not the appellant's beliefs about what constitutes a garden. The city has police powers to require that vegetation on property needs to be maintained, not as overgrown and dense and like a thicket or like a jungle like the appellant herself said it feels like while she's in. And this overgrowth is well beyond what is statutorily allowable. So the city would just ask that the fine be affirmed for the site violation notice.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now poll the board on, just give me a moment here. On HA-2022-004-019-4529 Locust Street, Amy Kwasnicki, city affirmed.
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 Thank you very much. Unanimous vote, Ms. Kwasnicki of city affirmed, which means you've lost your appeal. You may appeal our decision. If you need information as to how to do that, call the office and they can give you information as to how you can appeal a decision of the board. Okay, thank you very much.
May I really quickly ask, I know this was being recorded. Will I have a copy of the recording provided?
I believe that you can request a copy of the transcript as well as the recording. Check with the office and they can tell you how to do that.
Okay.
The recording will be public.
The recording will be public?
Made public,
Okay,
yes.
the recording is public.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. All righty, let's
you go,
move
Ray.
on to the next item.
Yes, Ms. Leckie. Mr. Chair, just to recall a couple quick matters that can be resolved before we call the next.
Okay,
Okay, the first would be the emergency appeal 42. Case number 42, hearing appeal HA 2023-003035, 6522 through 24 West Gerard Avenue. Scenic and Gerard LLC.
yes.
Good afternoon again, board members. This is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city again. I'm happy to report that we have reached a settlement in this matter and would like to just put the terms of that very briefly onto the record. I believe
Okay.
Mr. Schlomowitz is still here and can confirm that once I've hopefully accurately represented what those terms are.
Okay, please.
So the first term is that the appellant owner has agreed to withdraw the opposition to the cease, meaning that it would be going into effect immediately. On the underlying notice of violation, there's an agreement to issue a city affirm on that. And then the second aspect is that there will be a 60-day extension of the time to comply the underlying violations.
Okay, so 60-day extension, okay. 60-day stay? Am I correct, Mr. Rulo?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Schlomowitz, are you concur with that?
I do, I concur. We have an agreement.
Okay, all right, thank you. All righty, we will now poll the board, HA-2023-003035, 6522-24 West Girard Avenue, Scenic and Girard LLC. City affirm per agreement with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
Mr. Chair, do we need to put on record that the appeal with respect to the cease is also being withdrawn?
Oh, yes, you're absolutely correct. Let me restate the agreement. Appellant withdraws appeal of the cease and in fact concurs with the city affirm on the underlying violations with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
Agree that the cease order is withdrawn and that there is an agreement to affirm the city with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
The cease has been withdrawn per the agreement with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirm per the agreement of a 60-day stay of enforcement with the withdrawal of the cease operations.
If I may, because I don't think it's necessarily been clear, it's a withdrawal of the appeal concerning the cease. It's not,
Correct.
the department is not withdrawing the cease of operations. I just wanted to make sure that was very clear on the record.
Then I
Sorry, the
stand
interruption.
corrected. Thank you, Mr. Rulo. I stand corrected. Withdrawal of the cease.
Appeal.
I'm sorry, appeal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if I didn't say it clearly, the withdrawal relates to the appeal of the cease order. That's what I intended to say.
Let's do this because we're going to have 6 different variations. I would ask all my colleagues just to, on the record, to confirm that in fact they concur with the chair.
I do concur.
I concur with the chair.
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 Thank you very much. Mr. Rulo, hopefully.
Thank you, Mr.
Schlomowitz-
Chairman.
Yeah, you're welcome. I believe that gets on the record what you've agreed to.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All righty, let's move on. Mr. Wade, you had another matter?
Yeah,
to
two
continue?
more matters. One, Mr. Johnson for the city reached out. One of his matters needs to be continued. I do not have the number in front of me, but
Richie, this
Johnson?
is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia. For the case for 220 Crams. And again, this is number 32 on today's list, HA 2022-003354. The inspector on the case appeared here today, Inspector Alicio, but he had a sudden family emergency and is not available for the hearing. The department is going to respectfully request that the board continue the matter with due respect to the inspector.
Okay, is Mr. Woodruff present?
I am.
Mr. Woodruff, you've heard the city's request for continuance. What is your position?
What, do you have a time frame on the continuance?
The next available slot will be used for this matter.
Okay.
I don't have a specific time frame for you though.
All right. But it obviously won't be today, but
No.
I'll be given sufficient
Well,
notification.
absolutely. Yes, you'll be
Okay.
given the notice that you were afforded initially.
Okay, that's fine
Okay.
with me.
Okay, thank you very much. We apologize for the inconvenience.
No
This
problem.
matter will be continued.
Thank
I'm
you.
done for today.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, lastly, case number 21 did have a Spanish interpreter. I don't see the appellant in the waiting room. I'd like to read that just so we could dismiss the interpreter if possible.
Sure. And actually, I'd have the interpreter also call the name as well. Read the case out. Was the interpreter present? Actually, interpreter to identify himself?
Yes, I am the interpreter, Stephen Aubin.
Okay, Mr. Aubin, what I'd like you to do is to interpret everything that Mr. Wade says as he calls this case, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. First of all, raise your right hand. Do you swear to fairly and accurately interpret from the English to Spanish and Spanish to English this matter involving 1238 Distance Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wade?
This is case 21, hearing appeal 2022-003-862, 1238 Distant Street. Baditza Cadillo and Arlen Garcia. Service was made.
Okay.
And this is the interpreter speaking. And I have case 21-2022-003-862, 12. And what is the address?
1238 Diston, Diston Street.
Thank you very much. And what is the name of the appellant?
Beditza, Beditza, Cadillo, Cadillo, and Arlen, Arlyn, Garcia, Garcia.
Thank you very much. Así que para el caso 21-20-22-003-862 en la dirección de 1238 calle Distance, los apelantes que son Ditza Cadillo y Arlyn García, si se pueden presentar.
Thank you. Is anyone present representing the family at 1238 Distance Street? Cadillo or Garcia?
¿Hay alguien que está disponible en representación de la familia que está ubicada en la 1238 de la calle Distance, sea Ditza Cadillo o Arlyn García?
Okay, no one's responded. Okay, service was provided. So what is the city's preference?
This is Caroline Curley on behalf of the city. Do you want, I don't think, no one's here, so they don't need to translate what I'm saying, right?
No.
Okay. And so I did reach out to Ms. Cadillo. My understanding is she was purporting to be an expediter for Ms. Garcia. I asked Ms. Cadillo, about terms of settlement, and I asked her to confirm her expediter number. I did not hear from her after I asked for that confirmation. I do believe she is aware of today's date, and I do not know why she is here. So based on that, the city would ask for a city affirm.
Okay. Time, Mr. Pincus?
3:18 p.m.
3:18 p.m. Okay, thank you very much. All right, regarding HA-2022-003862, 1238 Distance Street, Beditza Cadillo, Arlen Garcia, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Mr. Tennant.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Chair, this is the court reporter. May I have the spelling of the interpreter's last name, please?
Okay.
Yes. My last name is Aubin, A-U-B, as in boy, A-I-N.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, sir, I think that's it for you today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Wade, what's next?
Case number 9,
Okay,
hearing appeal number HA 2022-003815, 4721 B Street, Magda Melendez.
okay. City's representative,
Corey Fedorovich for the city.
Ms. Fedorovich, good afternoon. The appellant, anyone here representing 4721 B Street, Magda Melendez? Magda Melendez.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Ms. Melendez, okay. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Place your hand down. First of all, before we get started, ma'am, whose name is on the deed of this property?
Excuse me?
Whose name is on the deed?
It's Jose G. Melendez and Magda Melendez,
Okay, what is his relationship to you?
my spouse.
Okay, so the only two names on the deed are yourself and your spouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Mr. Williams, are you the witness for today for this, in this case?
Yes.
Raise your right hand, sir.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Place your hand down. Ms. Federico, is your turn. You can get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So briefly, this is a case about a site violation notice that was given for code section 93902 for a lack of a rental license for the property at 11 and 17 Brill Street. I am going to call Inspector Williams right now. Hi, Inspector, how are you today?
I'm good, and yourself.
Great, thank you. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Inspector Anthony Williams,
And what is your position?
Code Enforcement Inspector.
And what do you do in that position?
Uphold the fire and property maintenance code.
Thank you. And you reviewed the case file for this case prior to coming in and testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go to my exhibit packet. Give me 1 second. Can you see that, Inspector?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to scroll back up. This is Exhibit A. Scrolling down. Is that big enough for you, Mr. Chairman?
Just a bit larger.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, for some
Yes.
clarification, our documents read 4721 B Street.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It is 4721 B Street. My apologies. I was looking at the address of Phan Tuan Van. My apologies. That's an error on my part.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
So yes, this is for 4721 B Street. So could you tell me what you see here, Inspector?
That's the site violation notice that was issued.
And can you, where my cursor is right now, could you state what the Philadelphia Code language is?
States that the owner of any one or two family dwelling let for occupancy must obtain a rental license. No person shall collect rent with respect to any property that is required to be licensed pursuant to this section unless a valid rental license has been issued for the property.
And to your knowledge, why was this site violation notice given out?
Because at the time the property was a rental unit and the without a rental license, an active rental license.
Understood. All right, I'm scrolling down to Exhibit B. Oh, it got very small. Give me 1 second.
If I may, there's someone who's on this has background noises, which I don't know who it is.
Mr. Williams, is likely you, unless there's a way for you to control.
No, I believe it's me. We're closing the door for the neighboring office. My apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Does that fix the noise issue, Mr. Board Member?
Yes, it sounds like it did. Thank you.
Perfect.
Sounds.
Thank you. 1 moment, please.
Muted,
All
Mr.
right.
Federer.
Yes, I was talking to somebody nearby. My apologies. Okay. So scrolling out, what is this Exhibit B?
That was the picture that was taken at the time of inspection.
And it shows the subject premises?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And it's dated what date?
September 2nd, 2022.
Thank you, Inspector. Now I'm going to go down to Exhibit C. Oh, there we go. That's better. Okay. Okay. Inspector, what is this?
I believe that's the copy of the appeal that was placed.
And could you read down here where it says reason for appeal?
It says that the appellant said that they do not own this property and that their daughter lives in the home.
Understood. And scrolling down here, Inspector, to Exhibit D, can you tell me what this is?
That's an affidavit of non-rental.
So can you just explain a little bit about what an affidavit of non-rental is, and feel free to reference anything you see on the form?
Well, it's just a form that lets us know that this property is not being rented by anyone. It's sometimes it's people giving it, letting family members stay there, but it's not being paid for as a rental.
And so, to your knowledge, from what it says in the code, somebody either needs to have a rental license if they're not living in the property and somebody else's, or they need to have this form filled out and sent to the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so if they don't have either of those things, would they be in violation of the code?
Yes, as it states here, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just for clarity.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarity. The inspector read out, I do not own this property, but on the appeal is I do not rent this property. I just wanted to make sure that we had it clear.
Okay.
It does say I do not rent this property. Is that correct, Inspector?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification again, Mr. Board Member. So all these, the site violation notice under Exhibit A, that is something that's kept in like the normal course of business for the Departments of Licenses and Inspections. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt the authenticity of any of the exhibits that I showed you today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I would like to move the exhibits in.
Yeah, so moved.
Thank you. And one last question for the inspector. Inspector Williams, to your knowledge, there was still no affidavit of non-rental form uploaded as of July 18th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't see anything in Eclipse when you looked for it. That is, where would, rather, let me go back. Where would an affidavit of non-rental form be uploaded?
So usually with us, when we receive those, we put them to the case file, but there was nothing on the case file and there's been no correspondence from the owner.
Okay. That's all my questions for Inspector Williams.
Okay. Ms. Melendez, do you have any cross-examination based on the testimony thus far?
Yes. I was never advised. It's
No,
my,
I'm asking you if you have a question. You can share your story later, but do you have a question of Mr. Williams based on his testimony?
to the inspector.
Yes.
Yes. Why was that form never advised to me with any paperwork or emails? And I'm referring to the affidavit. I never heard that I had to fill that out. It's my second home. I've only owned it for 2 years or 3 years now.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
Okay, well, when the site violation went out, usually what happens is a person receives the violation, and if they have a question about it, they call. And the inspector who wrote it, I was not the inspector that wrote this case. The inspector who wrote it would have, let you know that if this was a case where you were not renting, then that's what needed to be signed.
So when I appealed it, and I appealed it for the reason that it's my daughter living there, why wasn't I also told that there's this form to fill out? I come to known about this form about a week ago, about a week to 10 days ago.
Okay, you asked him a question, they didn't respond.
Okay, well, the only response I could have is that the inspector was never consulted. There's no documentation when I looked at the file of anyone calling about the site violation at all to the inspector that wrote it. So if they had reached out to them, they would have told them that that's what needed, because normally we wouldn't have known that that was the situation.
Okay, Thank you. Any additional questions, Ms. Melendez?
I am gonna say I did reach out to
Ms.
whoever.
Melendez, no.
Okay,
Do you have any additional questions?
no,
Okay, then we'll come back to you in a moment, okay?
okay.
All right. Just want to go back to the city to see if the city has completed its presentation.
Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, I'm having tech issues where my webcam is not turning on. So I can either continue without video for the time being, or I can try and leave and come back, whatever would be
Well,
best.
for the moment, we're near the end unless do you have additional witnesses?
No, I do not have additional witnesses for Inspector Williams. I would just ask one follow-up question to him in response
Yes.
to what, okay. Inspector Williams, that affidavit of non-rental form that I showed you in Exhibit D, that is publicly available on the website, correct, on the city?
Yes.
And the code is also publicly available for anybody to know what their obligations are, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Melendez, this is your turn to share with us your understanding of what's happening.
Okay, being that it was, when I bought the home, I bought it for my daughter. I had no idea that I needed a rental license, one, and I came aware of a rental license because I'm new at this stuff. Besides owning my own home, I'm new at that stuff. I didn't know at that, when I received that citation, and again, I wasn't advised, I wasn't fully advised or, tell me exactly what to do. If that would have been the case, if they would have told me, this paper would have been in the file from right after I received my first citation.
I have a question for you though, ma'am. Did you attempt to call the inspector who wrote the violation?
The citations, when I got it, the first thing that came into mind was to appeal it because the house, it's my daughter, I bought it for her. So
the answer to my question is that you did not attempt to call the inspector.
I called the numbers, whoever was there. I don't know if that was.
Okay, so let me restate my question. Did you attempt to call the inspector who wrote the violation?
Yes, that was done because they went and re-inspected the property again.
What information did they give you when you called and spoke with the inspector?
That I needed a license, but they didn't tell me. I didn't know anything about a license. So the second time I just received, they just went, I think according to my daughter, you see, my daughter, I should not be talking for her, but I know that she mentioned that somebody went again and knocked on the door. And that's when they came back.
I'd object for hearsay as well.
Objection noted, and this match, I'll overrule that objection. Ms. Melendez, other question for you. You said you and your husband bought the house for your daughter. Any reason why you didn't put it in her name?
Because we're paying the loan, and I have a loan on it. I did a loan against my home, and I didn't want her.
You're financing. Okay, all right. So you're financing.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Ms. Washington.
Ms. Melendez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified a few minutes ago that you received the affidavit 10 days ago?
About 2 weeks ago, somebody called me on the phone and told me
when you received the affidavit at that time, why didn't you fill it out?
I did. It's right here. It took me 1 day, and I uploaded. I called, and I uploaded to a person called. Can I just look at my phone? Her name is. She told me upload it to me, email it to me, and I'll make sure it'll be in your files before this hearing. And I sent that to. Let me pull out her name. Jeanette.butler@phila.gov.
What date was that?
Mr. Wade, do you have a copy of that upload?
Yeah, it was on the 21st. I don't know if you could see this, but it was done on the 21st. I guess because of the light, I don't know if you'll be.
Board, pardon me.
We can't
I would
see
like
it on
to
the screen,
object.
but just tell us the date.
July 21st, 2023.
Board, I would like to object, please. Can I please put that on the record?
Yes, please.
If this is not relevant, this is for a site violation notice that was handed out last year. While I do appreciate the appellant correcting or attempting to correct the issue moving forward. That does not change the fact that she was in violation last year. And I will also put out for the record that I was the person that contacted her in good faith to fill out this form so that she did not get a site violation notice again in the future, and that we wouldn't
Okay.
have to deal with this again.
Okay,
no.
thank you.
Mr.
No
Chair,
more
I have a
questions,
question
Mr. Chair.
for, I have a question for Ms.
Can I-
Melendez.
Yeah.
Ms. Melendez, were you appealing the actual fact that you were being asked to acquire a rental license or an affidavit of non-rental? Are you appealing the actual financial cost of the site violation?
Yeah, I'm appealing for why do I have to pay that? Because I wasn't aware that I needed a license to rent. That's
So
what
you're
I'm feeling.
appealing the cost of the site violation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pose a question to Inspector Williams. A couple
Yes.
of questions, a few questions.
Yes.
Inspector Williams, I believe you testified that you were not the inspector who went out to this property, 4721 B Street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you're testifying from your review of the record as prepared by Inspector Battle?
Yes, that is correct.
And is there anything in the record that provides you with the name or names of persons identified as tenants?
No,
Is there anything in the record that reflects that the inspector met anybody other than perhaps Miss Melendez's daughter?
no,
Is there anything in the record that shows that the city obtained a copy of a rental agreement from any occupant in the property?
no,
And is there anything in the record that reflects that there is more than one, that this is more than a single family house, or that the house is set up as apartments?
no.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Ms. Melendez, is this, I just want to, for the record, is this a single family house? In
Yes,
question?
it is. It's my daughter and my granddaughter that lives there.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else have a question?
I do at this point. Have you did return the affidavit to the city, to someone by the name of Jeanette Butler? Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I sent it right away. The gentleman called me. If it was Corey or whatever, I don't know what's his name. He was the one that did it. He said he did it in good faith for further things, for further future. But again, if I was aware of this, I would have done it. I never knew anything as having a second home. This is my first time.
And your daughter lives in it. She is actually paying you something in order for you to cover the mortgage payment on the house. Is that correct?
She is paying the total of my mortgage rent, because that's what I did. I bought it for her because she has no credit, no work.
I understand that very well.
And I would just proffer for the board, thank you for that, Mr. Pincus. I would proffer that the appellant admitted that her daughter was there and renting from the property. So even if that is absent for the record, it's an admission by a party opponent.
But sir, could you put that affidavit form back up, please?
Absolutely. Give me one moment.
That doesn't preclude someone, if it's it's occupied by a relative, that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't pay whoever that relative is something for the property. It just means it's being occupied as and not treated as a regular rental property.
Nothing's coming up on a share.
Well, he said he was having video problems.
Yeah. Not sure if he's going to be able to do that.
I'm okay. I just wanted to confirm that the form itself doesn't preclude somebody from having a relative living in the property and paying something for to defray the costs of that property. doesn't mean they can't be paying, what you won't call it rent, but paying something. I don't believe the form is so limited.
Oh, or does the form itself identify that as a reality, but doesn't require that it be reported as
Right.
rental income? But the generic understanding of rental income is whatever is paid by a resident who's a non-owner. Okay, sir, you can stop trying to share your screen because nothing's happening. Okay, any other questions of the Ms. Melendez? Okay, Ms. Melendez, question for you. Did you consult with your real estate broker or anyone else when you bought the property as to what would be required?
No, I bought the property out of my husband's brother, girlfriend. So
okay.
therefore, we just went to one of these places and we signed, and that's it.
Okay, so there may have been some information that would have been helpful had you consulted a real estate professional, either a lawyer or a real estate broker, licensed real estate person. They could have helped you with this. Okay.
I didn't have no lawyer, no real
Well, no,
estate.
that's what I'm saying. The fact that you did not have a lawyer or a real estate professional help you with the transaction, you made some mistakes.
Correct. I did make mistakes.
Yeah, and as the person who's the person involved in this, it's up to you and your husband to get appropriate and proper advice when you're doing something like this for the first time.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, anything else from anyone?
I did just want to read the relevant, can you hear me?
Yes.
I did just want to read the relevant exception from the code specifically, as opposed to
Yes.
just trying to,
Okay.
because my form wasn't working, my apologies. So
Sure.
under code 93902, under the exceptions to the rental license, under B.2, it says a rental license is not required for any dwelling unit that is occupied by the owner or a member of the owner's family, provided that the department may require the owner to submit an affidavit of non-rental, which is the form that I was showing you. So the city's position is that she may live there even if she wasn't paying rent, but she is by party admission. She still needed to have that affidavit of non-rental form submitted to the city.
Is there any reference on that form to anything that's paid to cover expenses?
Pardon me while I pull that up and check. No, and also the form requires that the affiant say that they do not collect rent, payments for mortgage or taxes for the property listed above. So regardless, she's in violation.
Okay, requires that they state that there's no money paid to cover any expenses for the property.
Correct.
Okay,
Excuse me.
yes, sir.
Where are you reading that from? What section is that?
It is on Exhibit D, the first page of the form, and then it is number 5.
Number 5.
Yeah, it starts with that I do not collect rent.
Thank you.
payments for more.
I see it now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But that isn't necessarily language from the code, is it, Mr. Fedorowicz?
No, the
That's
code just
language on the form. It's not language in the code. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Anything from anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. May I ask one additional question of Inspector Williams?
Yes, please.
Inspector Williams, what was what notice or contact did the department get that alerted them to this property?
The original inspector was out there because of a complaint.
A complaint by,
It could
or
have
just an anonymous
an
complaint?
anonymous complaint, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
If we're going to vote the case, well, I guess we're going to hear argument, or we,
Well, I suppose there may be some closing argument by the city. I don't believe that Mr. Menendez would be. You want to take a moment to discuss it? Ms. Pincus?
I'm sorry, I would only ask that we have a brief executive session.
Yeah, that's what I was inquiring as to, that's what you were asking for. Okay, what we're gonna do then, it's 5:45, at 5:50, we'll come back. We'll then hear closing comments. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kelly, we're back on the record in this matter. 4721 B Street. Mr. Lindez, just one question for you. Do you have a lease with your daughter? A written lease?
No.
You have to say yes or no. We can't record it.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, I don't have no lease with her.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, alrighty. If there's nothing else, any additional final argument before we call the vote on this matter?
I just had a brief, like 3-sentence closing, if that's okay.
Yes, sir, please.
So the city's only obligation here is to prove that there was proper notice, really, and that was what that has been demonstrated by oral testimony and the exhibits. Ms. Melendez has the burden to show that the violation isn't correct, and she has not, whether she's collecting rent and didn't have a rental license, or whether she's not, and she didn't have her affidavit of non-rental uploaded. So either way, she was in violation when the site violation notices came out, and she's only disputing the fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will now call the vote. On number 2. Appeal number HA-2022-004031. And my apologies, I've misstated the case. My apologies. Let me make sure. Okay, here it is, number 9. HA-2022-003815, 4721 B Street, Magda Melendez. Appeal sustained.
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 Thank you very much. Ms. Melendez, you won your appeal.
I won my
Thank you.
appeal.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Lord.
Have a good
For
afternoon. Now, in terms of the dollar amount of the fine, that gets appealed to the tax review board. That's a different appeal you have to go through if you want to appeal the dollar amount of the fine. Okay?
So how do I go for that?
You have to call the tax review board,
I'm sorry, call where?
the tax review board. And if anyone else on the call, any of my colleagues has information you'd like to be able to provide, please do.
I think you could also look online. There are probably the forms that you would file with the tax review board to file an appeal. If you look online, it's the City of Philadelphia tax, not the Board of Revision, but it's called the Tax Review Board.
Okay.
Okay?
Perfect. Thank
Have a good
you.
afternoon.
You too. Bye.
Okay. All righty, Mr. Wade, what do we have next?
There was a request due to inspector availability to call case number 3 next. I don't know if the inspector's still available.
Okay,
Case number 3, hearing appeal HA 2022-003966, 2219 West Oxford. Brenda Harris.
okay. Who's representing the city?
Michael Rulo on behalf of the city. I think there was some
Okay.
feedback there. I'm not sure if that's still happening.
Okay.
I believe Inspector Griffin is still here. I'm not sure. I believe that Inspector Griffin had a cutoff at 4. So I understand if they're going to be leaving right now.
No, I'm here.
Okay, great. I appreciate that, Inspector Griffin. Board members, I will proceed fairly quickly here, given the availability issues with Inspector Griffin. I'm not sure. I believe that Ms. Harris, who's the property owner, is on the call.
Okay, let's see. Ms. Harris? Brenda Harris. Brenda Harris, 2219 West Oxford Street.
I
Brenda
believe
Harris.
she's on mute.
Oh, she's muted. Please unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harris, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Mr. Rulo, who's your inspector? Ms. Griffin, I believe, correct?
Yes, Inspector Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, we need to see your face, please. open up your video?
I'm trying. It's not working. My video is not working.
Are you using your
My
city
laptop.
laptop and the video
Yes.
is not working?
Want me to switch over to Mr. Williams?
That's fine with us if you can do it quickly. Okay. Mr. Wade, can you change your name on the screen, please, for Ms. Griffin? Okay, Mr. Rulo, well, Ms. Griffin, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be true so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. All righty, Mr. Rulo?
Thank you, Inspector Griffin. I appreciate your efforts here. I'm going to share my screen right now. Inspector Griffin, can you see what's been displayed on the screen here preliminarily as City Exhibit A?
No. Yes.
You can?
Yes.
I'm part
And
of this.
because
feedback.
of the echo, Ms. Griffin, would you close the other computer? I think that's causing the echo. The one you were sitting at before, can you shut that one down?
Mr. Chairman, it's unclear to me, but there should be a document on the screen right now that's reading Exhibit A. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Griffin. So you want to continue, Mr. Rulo?
Yes. So I've put up on the screen what's been preliminarily marked as City Exhibit A. I'm moving to the second page now. Inspector Griffin, what is this document?
That is the notice of violation that was issued back on August 26th of 2022.
And this was for a property located at 2219 West Oxford Street, correct?
Yes.
What was the violation that was issued here?
For the zoning, for the use of the property, and for a rental license.
And this property was being used as a rooming house with 2 rooms on the 3rd floor and 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Moving down, and this was issued to the appellant here, Harris Brenda, is that correct? Brenda Harris, excuse me.
Yes.
Moving down to what has been preliminarily marked as City Exhibit B. What is this image displayed here?
That is the exterior front of the property.
Okay, and you've been to this property, correct?
Yes.
And today you inspected that property, correct?
Yes.
And did you confirm those conditions that were cited?
Yes, it's actually 2 rooms on the 2nd floor and 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor.
And you had an opportunity to speak with the appellant, in fact.
Yes.
And did they confirm that it's being used as a rooming house?
Yes.
I'm going to move down to the next exhibit. What's been preliminarily marked as City Exhibit C. Are you aware whether or not the appellant has applied to legalize the use here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this document that's displayed on the screen here?
That looks like the zoning application that.
And if I may just highlight here in this portion right here, what is stated right here?
He's basically saying that it's she was applying for a rooming house with 4 units.
Okay, and then up on here, there's it's noted that it's a date of refusal, correct?
Yes.
And that's of October 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so you've confirmed that the rooming house conditions exist yourself at the property, correct?
Yes,
The appellant has told you that, correct?
yes,
And the appellant has been refused zoning for this.
yes,
And those conditions still exist at the property, correct?
yes.
That does it for my questioning for this witness, board members. I would just ask if we could, obviously permit the appellant to have cross-examination and then any questions from the board members, given the timing issues with the Inspector Griffin. And I really do
Okay, thank you.
appreciate your staying past that cutoff at 4 p.m., of course.
Yes. Ms. Harris,
Yes.
do you have any questions for Ms. Griffin based on her testimony?
No, she's correct.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, I think that's it. Mr. Rulo, any additional witnesses?
No, unless there are any other questions from the board members for Inspector Griffin, I just ask if the board would permit her to be excused.
Okay, any follow-up questions?
He has
by the-
another case.
Oh, excuse me. Apologize.
Okay, Ms. Harris, is your
Yes.
opportunity now to share with us what your understanding of what's going on.
Yes, I received the violations on August the 26th of 2022, stating that I needed a zoning permit and a rental license.
Yes,
And I proceeded to do that. And I put in the appeal because Ms. Griffin told me I would have more time to do it if I did appeal it. And that's the reason why I put in the appeal. However, when I went down, when I received refusal, and I spoke with the planning examiner, she gave me an application to go to 15th and Arch for a special exemption. However, when I was at the municipal service building on October the 11th, when I spoke with the lady, when I got ready to go, I became ill and I was unable to walk or breathe. They had to call 911 and send me over to Jefferson Hospital. Jefferson Hospital, they said that I had a collapsed lung and they put a tube in my lung. And I was in Jefferson from the 11th of October to the 28th. And during that time, they was unable to stop the fluid and the air coming in my lungs. So they decided to send me
well,
on.
Ms. Harris, what's
Yes.
important? We understand that you were ill, so we understand that. But the issue really is whether or not the properties, are you renting rooms in that building?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now that's the issue only, whether or not you're renting rooms in that building, and do you have proper permits and approvals to rent rooms in the building?
No, I do not.
Okay, how long have you done that?
It's been a few years.
Okay, do you also live in that building?
No,
Okay, how many other rooming houses do you own in the city?
none.
That's the only one?
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you owned that building?
Since 95 when my mom passed.
Okay, that was your mother's house?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions from anyone?
I would just ask, just very briefly.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harris. I just wanted to confirm that the individuals who are occupying the property, those are tenants, correct?
Yes.
And you're collecting rent from them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess I have a question.
Yes.
I just want to try to understand, Ms. Harris, do you understand that this house you're renting rooms in the house? And did you ever think you had permission to do that?
Well, I didn't. I did. I just thought I could do it when I started. First, when my mom died, my brother and his wife was living there with the kids. And then later on, the years passed, I did start renting it out. But I didn't know that I needed all this license stuff. Because if I had known, I would have gone and gotten it. And I'm still want to cooperate and get the license and get this permit straightened out. And the only reason it hasn't been done yet is because of my illness.
But Ms. Harris, there's a problem. It's one thing if you rent out a house to a family, which was our prior case, you can get a rental license. You could also, if the zoning, I think the zoning says you have permission to use it as a 3-family house. You don't have permission from the city to rent out rooms in the house. And in fact, you would need a zoning variance, and frequently variances are not granted when people are trying to use a property as a rooming house. The zoning board isn't charitable in that way. So I'm just a little concerned that perhaps you undertook something, not realizing that you might never have been able or might not be able to use it as a rooming house now or in the future.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Well, I understand.
You may want to consult legal advice to help you with this. It may be more than an individual can handle unless you're an experienced investor. So you may want to consider getting legal advice. We can't give you advice, but you may want to do that. Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
Yes.
Well, I hope it's only one question of Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, did you ever return to the Department of Licenses and Inspections or the appropriate offices to apply for the exception that was noted on the paperwork from L&I?
Okay, no, because after I left Jefferson Hospital on the 28th of October, I was home. They sent me home with the tube in me, and I wasn't able to travel and get around. And I was home for 1 week, and the tube came out, and I was in a hospital at Einstein from November the 7th through November the 22nd. And while I was there, they had me see a pulmonary specialist. He put valves in my lung, which stopped the airflow and the fluids from coming in my lung. And they was able to take the tube out. And I've been recuperating ever since, because when I came home, I was sitting on the hospital bed, oxygen, nebulizer, walker, and I had to use a commode because I couldn't travel up and down the steps or anything. I had to go down the room.
May I ask a follow-up question, given that, do you live by yourself?
No,
Okay, you have help.
it's one person, yeah. And I have a family help too, coming in and out.
Okay. And did you ever request any family member to take you to L&I to file the paperwork for the exception?
No, because I'm just getting able to even get out now.
Okay, thank you.
I
I understand. I understand. Thank you very much.
And I will be very brief, board members. First, I neglected to ask that exhibits A through C that the city presented be moved into evidence.
So noted.
Just as a clarification, exhibit C that the city presented was actually the zoning refusal, where the appellant had requested to legalize this as a rooming house. And as Inspector Griffin testified, that document reflected that zoning variance was refused in October of 2022. And as far as the city is aware, there was no appeal filed of that refusal. So I just wanted to note that for the record. And just very briefly as a closing, board members, I think that the record's clear. This is operating as a rooming house. It does not have the zoning to operate as a rooming house. The request to create a variance to allow it to operate as a rooming house was refused. So, and I have the respect for Mrs. Harris' predicament, and I wish her well with the medical issues that she's facing. But as the board members are very well aware, rooming houses can present unique dangers to the occupants because of the nature of those conditions. And so this is, ultimately does come back to a safety issue. And so with due regard to the circumstances that Ms. Harris is facing, and given the record that's been presented here, we just submit that this must be a city affirm in terms of upholding that notice of violation.
Thank you. Anything else from anyone? Ms. Harris, do you have any final words before we vote on this case?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll pull the board on appeal number 2022-003966, 2219 West Oxford Street. City affirmed with 120-day stay of enforcement.
I'm not prepared to give that extended a stay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. We want to place on the record your
I think we just need to afford time for people to move out. I would say city affirmed 60 days most.
okay. All righty.
City affirmed 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirms the 120-day stay of enforcement.
Okay.
I'll amend my my vote to city affirmed 120-day stay.
Okay. Next vote.
City affirmed 120-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you.
City affirm 120-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you. Do we have a final vote? I think maybe not. I think he may have left. Okay.
Yeah.
And just for the record, and completely understand the board's decision and, you know, this.
Well, but just wait,
purpose-
Mr. Ruler, wait a minute, one moment. I just need to confirm with Mr. Wade, did we lose a board member?
No, we did not. He just might be
Patton
off
is-
offline for now.
But he's offline. Okay, my apologies. Mr. Ruler, I
I'll
just
mark him as, I'll mark him as absent for vote.
Okay, Mr. Ruler, I just need to make sure the record was clear on the vote. Yes. Now, want something you wanted to add?
Completely understand, and I understand the board's decision, just for the city's, you know, preserving the record, we would just note the objection to the providing of the extension, especially since it is 120 days. Completely understand the board's decision, just want to note that objection on the record.
Understood. So noted. Ms. Harris, what we voted is that the city's affirmed, which means that the city wrote a proper violation notice. Violation was proper. However, we're giving you 120 days of stay, meaning they can't take any additional enforcement action for 120 days. I would advise you to get an attorney or some other real estate professional to help you with determining how you want that property to be occupied. Either appeal the zoning violation or do whatever else is appropriate and legal to make sure the property is legal, okay? But it can't be left as it is long-term. Understood?
Yes.
Okay, have a good day. Thank you very much, Mr. Rulo. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. What's the next matter?
There was a request for case number 27 to be heard.
27, okay.
Mr. Johnson believes it'll be a quick resolution. Case number
Okay.
27, hearing appeal HA 2022-002201, 2017 East Allegheny Avenue, Reach Community Development.
Oh, okay. All right, who's representing the city?
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia, and I also have Francine Griffin as the witness for the city.
Okay, Ms. Griffin, raise your right hand so she can be sworn for this matter. She disappeared. Ms. Griffin, you may need to
Francine.
have someone advise you.
She's still on here. Oh no, did she hang up?
I think she's still on from before she went over with the other inspector to sit at his camera.
Okay,
Francine,
And I
let's do
think
this.
she was due to leave at 4 o'clock initially.
Okay, let's do this. Who's representing the appellant? Is there
Muted.
Stephen
I believe there's an attorney.
Batiglieri? Yes, sir, you're muted.
Sorry, I thought I hit unmute, but I just clicked on my box.
Okay.
Good
All right.
good afternoon, Stephen Botiglieri, Council for
Bottiglieri.
Reach Community.
Okay, all right. Now, Mr. Johnson, can you proceed without your inspector?
I can begin, but I do need the witness testimony to establish the case. Which is why I wanted to make sure I got this before Miss Griffin leaves. Francine, did she leave?
She was under Mr. Williams, I believe, and he's still on the call. I don't know if they're in the
Oh,
same area.
Anthony Williams?
But we changed his name. He rejoined on a different device. I don't know if they're in the same area and he can contact her.
This is an appeal of a violation that relates to a large structure that is basically like a church building on 2017 East Allegheny Avenue. The violation that was written primarily is for lack of a vacant property license. I think their contention here is whether it's truly vacant or whether there's some use by the petitioner. Certainly the photographs that I would make an offer of proof at this time, the photographs that would be provided by Ms. Griffin would show no activity at the property. But again, and I'm gonna just take a look at what the appeal petition that was filed says. The appeal petition notes that there was a number of circumstances that led to less use, I believe, at the property. But again, when inspections have occurred, there's no signs that anything at all is going on there. So the violation as written was, it's a vacant structure. They need to provide a vacant property license. And
Okay.
also there was a violation written that was, hold on.
Mr. Johnson, isn't the appellant a corporation?
Reach Community Development Incorporated? Apparently, yes.
Yeah, they're represented by Mr. Botelet.
Do we have an attorney? I guess you said
Yes,
there is.
he's there. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, do we need to continue this matter? Because
I mean,
don't believe
I
you're-
would ask that it be rescheduled if Ms. Griffin is not here because
She is. She just
she's a
joined.
necessary witness.
She just
Okay, she's
joined.
back. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Mr. Boteleri, my apologies. I think
I
we
see Miss
did it.
Griffin now. I see Miss Griffin.
Yeah, Ms. Griffin, would you unmute yourself, please? If you can unmute. Mr. Wade, can you help unmute Ms. Griffin? Oh, there she is. Ms. Griffin, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter to be the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Mr. Johnson, now you can go back to your normal.
Okay, Ms. Griffin, are you familiar with the property at 2017 East Allegheny?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to inspect the property?
Yes, the exterior only.
At this time, I'm going to ask if it's okay if I share my screen.
Yes. Mr. Johnson, we're getting some feedback whenever you speak, so I'm not sure why that is.
Okay, can you see the documents before you?
Yes, they're really small.
Is that better?
Yes.
Right, what is, I have a certified packet of documents that's marked City Exhibit C1. And I'm showing page 1 within the packet. What is this photograph?
That's a picture of the exterior front of the property.
And how about the next photograph?
That's also a picture of the exterior front. I think I took this picture also so that you can see, yeah, the signage and this door right here on the left.
And is this third page, is this the close-up of that door?
Yes,
And how about the next page?
that's also the exterior front of the property.
And this one shows your reflection. What were you attempting to photograph?
I was trying to get a picture of what was in the inside lobby of the property, which looks like cleaning items, a bucket and some other things.
So you did see some items inside the property.
Yes, from the exterior, yes.
How about this photograph?
That is a picture of the electronic signage, I guess, that is not in operation.
And was this back from your inspection in August of 2022?
No, I can't see the date because I took some recent pictures.
Yeah, this is at page 6. This would have been earlier. And I
Is
believe
that-
that on the photograph on the exhibit, on the hard copy of the exhibit, the date is on the bottom of the photograph, but it's not visible in the screen share.
Okay. That looks like the recent picture I took.
Okay. How about the next photograph?
That's just a picture again of the door on the left side of the front of the property with some cardboard boxes and things in front.
And was this was taken in August of 2022?
I can't see the date on it though.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down to what's marked as page 9. And I believe these are the recent photographs. When were you there
Yeah.
recently?
On July 27th, 2023.
So would that have been Thursday of last week?
Yes.
And what did you observe at that time?
The signage was not in operation. There was a lot of high weeds and grass in the front, on the side. It appears to be vacant to me.
And so that would be page 9. This is page 10. What does this show?
The signage where it's not in operation.
And again, how about the next page?
That's the door on the left side of the property again. Looks almost the same as from the other pictures, the previous pictures.
No, does it appear that door is blocked from entry?
I think the cardboard may be on the inside. I believe it is on the inside, yes.
And did you enter the building?
No, that's through the front door.
You were able to get in though?
No, I was not.
Okay.
That's through the glass. I took that picture through the glass.
Oh, this at page 12, you photographed this through the glass.
Yes.
Okay. And what does the picture show?
It's like I guess the front lobby area. I just wanted to get a picture of it to show how it doesn't look like it's in use. Like anybody's, that again is another picture.
And for the
So-
record, we're looking at page 13. What does it show?
That's showing like, looks like a plastic container and a bucket or of some sort, just in the lobby area.
Were those same items in the lobby area the last time you had inspected back in last August?
I believe so. They looked like they were like cleaned up a little, but they were still in the same area.
And you took another picture at page 14. What does that show?
It's like the entrance to make the side going into the rear of the property. There's just a lot of high weeds.
And did it appear that anyone had maintained any of that premises at all?
No,
And this is page 15. What does 15 show?
that's on the other side of the property. I believe the right side. Same thing where you can go into the rear, but it's like a lot of high weeds and trash.
And page 16?
Yeah, it's just another picture of the high weeds and everything in the front.
And what is the page 17?
I took a picture. I think that's what they call the crest. I took a picture of that because the last time during the hearing, the attorney stated that the address was on the exterior of the property, in which that's not the address. That's like maybe when the church was first built or something. I don't know, but it's not the address of the property.
Okay, and I'm showing you a document that's at page 18 within the packet. What is this document?
I can't really see it. Looks a violation notice.
And is this the initial violation notice?
It looks as though, yeah, from April of 2022.
And did you issue these violations to that structure at that time?
I'm sorry.
Did you issue the violations at that time?
Yes.
And what were the violations that you wrote?
I think for vacant property, for the address, and I'm not sure what else, but I can't see it. Vacant structure license and the property being a vacant structure, and I think for the address. Yeah,
So there's a code provision that requires the address to be posted on the outside of the structure,
yes,
and that's that third violation.
yes.
Okay, and were any of those conditions corrected when you went back?
No,
I'm gonna stop the share at this time, and I'm gonna ask that Exhibit C1 be admitted to the record.
So moved. Okay.
And I'm gonna ask one final question to Ms. Griffin. Inspector Griffin, could you say, like, from your inspections at the property, were there any evidence that this was not a vacant property?
no.
What would classify it as a vacant property for the purposes of the code?
When a property is not occupied, I can't quite remember for how long, but it has to be occupied for a certain amount of time for it not to be considered a vacant property.
I have nothing further.
Okay, any cross-examination?
Just very briefly.
Yes.
Ms. Griffin, thank you. I believe we were here before a few months ago, and we had some brief discussion. And at that time, we discussed the maintenance of the property, and some photographs from April of this year were submitted showing the lawn was mowed and cared for. Do you recall those pictures?
No.
No. And how often do you stop by the property for your inspection?
Well, I had not been to the property because of the board's decision at the last hearing, because what was discussed was that the owner was supposed to contact me to make an appointment for me to do an inspection of the interior, but there is still an open building violation for unsafe that was discussed at the last hearing, and that was supposed to be taken care of so that I could go into the interior and do an inspection, and the violation is still open.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And just one follow-up on those questions on the cross. When you're saying that there's an unsafe violation, is that unsafe violation still open?
Yes.
And have any make safe permit been applied for?
Not that I know of, no.
Would the existence of an unsafe violation prevent them from getting a vacant property license?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Johnson?
That's it.
Okay, all right, Mr. Bottiglieri, particularly, my apologies. It's
okay.
getting late in the afternoon, and I'm not doing a good job here. Do you have any witnesses?
Oh, I have no witnesses, as my client has been unable to get in. Not sure what happened. So I would only be able to have some brief statements. My client's in an unfortunate situation where Another person has squatted on the property and changed the lock, which has prevented us from getting some work done. They have retained counsel, Joseph Strampalo, who I've corresponded with. And we're trying to resolve the ejectment so I don't have to go through that cost. My client's a nonprofit, had contracts with the city for years. It's in Kensington, doing outreach. So it's a difficult situation. We're trying to mitigate the loss and the expenses here. I understand the city's position. The pictures they show that the weeds weren't cut. And we had an L&I inspection. I believe it was in May of this year where we had the internal inspection.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting some feedback from
Ms. Griffin needs to mute.
Ms. Griffin, would you mute your computer, please? Thank you. My apologies, sir.
It's okay. So we had the interior inspection, not with Ms. Griffin, with another department, where we went over the inspection of the property regarding the tax exemption qualification for the property.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
is Miss Griffin near Mr. William? Inspector William? Are they in close contact? He's not around you?
No.
Okay. I just think that's where the feedback might be coming.
Could you mute her?
Yeah, if Mr. Williams, if you can mute him as well, I'm not sure.
I did.
But we're still getting the feedback.
And that's Mr. Kelly.
That's Mr. Kelly?
Now it's better.
No, okay, thank you. We're good now, Mr. Kelly, we're good. Okay, all right,
So,
sir.
We're in a difficult situation as with any nonprofit. When they're operating a church, Pastor Barnaby was holding church services, which he moved to Zoom due to the current status of the property. Did not want to bring parishioners in with the current inspection violation and the actions of the city to expose any parishioners nor himself. So we had the inspection in several months ago, and I apologize for not recalling the exact date. See if I have the card here. And I think it was Bastille. So we had our interior inspection. And there are some chairs, a band set up, so it would be able to be used. And we are hesitant to open the doors at the time because of the violation notices. Unfortunately, a fellow who holds himself out as Pastor Sutton has changed the locks on the building and claimed to take control of it. So we have not entered the building since that time. And we are working with, I'm not sure if everyone heard me with some of the background, Mr. Strampolo, who is representing Pastor Sutton to try to regain access to the property. We would ask that there are some fines that can be placed by the city against Reach Community Development, Inc. We are seeking some consideration from the city to have the minimal fine. I think one said $300, another one $300, and I apologize for not having the exact amounts. But if the city is to impose those fines, have that minimum fine imposed, and we will continue with our possible ejectment action if we cannot get the squatter out, and then proceed with the repairs. We did show some pictures of the repairs that were being worked on that were sent to council, prior council representing the city. And we had the roof repair, some work was done to resolve the 2019 issues, but we, as I said, cannot gain access to finish the matter up.
Okay, thank you. Any final argument, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, just by way of argument, I think, the city has a little bit of sympathy for the defendant here. with regard to the vacant property license, but in reality, if you look at Eclipse, it shows that unsafe violation due to the deterioration of the west wall. And if that violation is not closed out and complied, then there's not going to be any lawful occupancy or use of the property because it's unsafe. So it may be appropriate here for the board to give them a little time to sort that out before any other use would be approved by the city. So what I'm saying is they need some time before they can actually comply this violation. But the first thing they need to worry about is getting that unsafe violation complied. So
Well, see,
does
now
that-
the appeal is not of the unsafe.
it doesn't
I-
have anything to do with the unsafe violation, but if they're quibbling about using the property, getting any squatters out, etc., they can't do any of the any kind of use until they get the unsafe violation complied.
Yeah, the only problem, Mr. Johnson, you introduced an element that isn't part of his case.
Well, I know. I mean,
Yeah.
from
that's
all
their
evidence,
strategy. They've
the
chosen
evidence
to
of
take this
record
strategy.
shows that it's vacant.
Yeah,
There were no
but I'm saying
squatters
that,
there when Ms. Griffin was there. There was no
Correct.
activity in the property.
right. Only point I'm making is that their legal strategy is to appeal this violation and not the others.
Well, the fines they should worry about are the $2,000 per day on the unsafe.
Okay, and that's,
Mr. Johnson, there's nothing precluding them from getting a vacant property license today, yesterday, or the
I
day
don't believe
after.
so.
so this, yeah, and that's the minimal cost compared to all the other fines potentially involved here.
They can get a vacant property license while they're dealing with the unsafe structure, but in the meantime, you can't use it either way because it's unsafe. Is that correct? Property cannot be used. It's unsafe.
That's correct.
Okay, so, but we want to resolve this matter, and the appeal that's before us today has to do with the whether or not it's a vacant property. And we don't have anything new today from the appellant that would argue otherwise. I know that there's some issues that you've encountered in terms of potential squatters and that legal wrangle that you're going through. However, that doesn't speak to the issue of whether or not it's vacant or not. And Mr. Larry, you haven't offered any new information. You haven't put forth any witnesses. So we're left to decide based solely on what the city's presented. If there's no, are there any closing argument from either party?
No, you're.
It would only be that we asked that if the fines are to be imposed at the minimum fines, and if we were capable of having an extension or a delay in the imposition so that we can work on the vacant structure application and this issue with the squatter, we would appreciate it. And
Well, the fine matter has to be taken too. I think the tax review board, we don't have the authority to mitigate fines.
and we, okay, understood.
Yeah, but in the interim, again, as an attorney, you set the legal strategy for your client. But the biggest problem it appears that you have is the unsafe designation in that structure. So with regard to HA dash.
I would like to object just to one thing, is that this board doesn't have jurisdiction over the fines, but neither does the tax review board.
Okay,
The
so
tax
please
review board
clarify the
has
record.
nothing to do with fines from L&I.
Okay.
You can't
So please
appeal them to
clarify the record.
L&I. And so it's a totally separate issue. But I do hear what council is saying, and we can have that conversation offline.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you.
Johnson, though, I'd like you to set the record straight and clarify the record in terms of where fines are to be appealed and who has the authority to adjust them.
The fines for AIU violations may be applied to this tribunal, but for L&I fines for code violations, they're not. The main issue is the statute imposes a certain fine per day per violation. Those have to be collected by the city through a separate legal action. Whether or not the city pursues the fine is a matter of prosecutorial discretion by the city.
Okay, thank you. We will call the vote on HA-2022-002201, 2017 East Allegheny Avenue, Beach Community Development, City affirmed.
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 Thank you. Thank you. That's resolved this matter. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, Mr. Wade, where do we go next?
Top of the list,
Okay,
case number one, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003764, 2915 South Robinson Street. Frank Giacovini.
okay. All right, who's representing the city?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Corey Fedorovich representing the city.
Federich, okay, who's representing the Frank Giacovini?
I am here, sir.
Okay. Sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do, sir.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Mr. Federich, do you have a witness?
Yes, Inspector Howard.
Inspector Howard, would you identify yourself, sir?
Inspector Sean Howard.
Okay.
Some inspections.
Mr. Howard, adjust your screen a bit so we can see your full face. Your head's, yeah, there you go, much better. Thank you so much. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? You swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, let's proceed.
So briefly to
Before you do that, my apologies. I'm cutting it. Mr. Jacobin, who's the owner of the property in question here? On,
I am the owner, Mr. Chair.
Is
I'm
anyone
the
else?
owner.
Any other names
No.
on the deed?
No, sir.
Thank you. My apologies. Okay, let's proceed.
So briefly to open, this is, the city's position is, rather, this is a site violation notice that was given out for, excessively high weeds, again, to the subject premises on August 31st, 2022. The city's position is that that should be affirmed and that there is, substantial evidence to support that. So, hello, Inspector. Can you, state your position and your job responsibilities briefly?
Position is code enforcement inspector. And my job is to uphold the fire safety and property maintenance code to the city of Philadelphia.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm gonna share my screen right now.
Yes.
My tech issues should be fixed, I think. Can you see that?
Yes, you need to
Okay.
magnify it a bit, but yes.
Okay. Is that good? Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, great. Inspector, you can see as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll up to the top. My apologies. All right, so starting with Exhibit A. Inspector, what is this document?
This is a site violation notice, code violation for exterior area weeds.
And you gave this violation?
Yes,
And you gave it at the subject premises
yes,
on August 31st, 2022, right?
yes,
And I'll read an appropriate part of the code and you can confirm that I read correctly. All premises and exterior of property shall be maintained free from weeds or plant growth in excess of 10 inches. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, great. Scrolling down to Exhibit B. Inspector, do you know what this document is?
This is the application for an appeal.
And do you see who filed it?
Yes,
It's the appellant for this case, correct?
yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom, can you read the reason, or I'll read the reason for appeal and you can confirm that I read correctly. Rental unit, and I was unaware of how bad the weeds were. I had it fully cleaned on September 2nd, but was 2 days too late. Is that correct?
Can
you see?
I see what you're saying. I see it. I don't know if it was 2 days too late or not. I can't confirm that.
No, I'm not asking you to confirm that that is
Oh,
correct.
I
I'm just
know, I
asking you to
see that.
confirm what's on the page.
Yes,
Okay. And that would be written by the appellant, Frank Giacovini. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay, thank you. And then, pardon me while I scroll down. All right, so I'm showing you Exhibit C1. Give me 1 second while I zoom out. Okay. Do you know what this is, Inspector?
yes. There are weeds that are above 10 inches. There's also weeds growing on the step and growing outside from the front lawn area onto the step as well.
And this is a photo that you took, right?
Yes.
And that was on. Sorry, were you saying something, Inspector?
Inspector, I just want to confirm from that picture, am I observing a sofa leaned up against the front of this house? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's not a weed, that's a sofa.
No, that blue, at the blue thing in the back, that's a sofa.
Okay,
Next to that sofa is also some weeds.
thank you.
And what date did you take this, Inspector?
August 31st, 2022.
And that's when you gave out the site violation notice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm scrolling down to what is Exhibit C2. Can you tell me what this is, Inspector?
That's the same property. They cut the weeds
And when did you take this photo?
July 18th, 2023.
So you would characterize this as not being in violation of the
No,
code
no,
anymore,
no, it's
correct?
It's not, just under 10 inches.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for you, Inspector. Thank you. I would like to move these exhibits into evidence, Mr. Chairman.
So moved. Sir, do you have any cross-examination of the inspector?
I do not.
Okay. All right, any other witnesses, Mr. Federich?
No, sir.
Okay, the appellant, sir, Mr. Giacovini, do you have any witnesses or would you like to make any general statement about the situation?
Mr. Chairman, no witnesses. I'll just make a general statement.
Okay,
This property is not a rental property. My sister lives there with her now deceased husband. I bought this, and full disclosure, I'm a real estate broker in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I bought this property 25 years ago for the sole intent of putting my sister into the property. She had 2 little kids at the time. She suffers from bipolar and schizophrenia, and her husband, unfortunately, was an alcoholic. I never charged them rent. I paid the mortgage myself, and the only trade-off was that they would take care and maintain the property. Any little plumbing leaks, that sort of thing. And he also was supposed to take care of this issue as well. February of 2022, he passed away. I was unaware of this situation until my sister called and said, hey, somebody was here, I think from the city. So I went and looked and I seen the weeds and I had it cleaned up, and I've been maintaining it myself ever since. And in fact, this Sunday I'm going back. At least every month I go back, trim, cut whatever's there, and spray some weed killer. So that's my only defense.
okay. All right, thank you. Any comments from anyone else? Any questions?
Real quick question.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Giacovini.
That's close enough. Giacovini.
Real quick. Did you just state that it was not a rental unit?
It's not a rental. It's my home, and I let my sister live there for free.
The reason why I asked that question, because on your appeal letter, you stated that it's a rental unit, and I was unaware of how bad the weeds were.
Yeah.
I had it fully cleaned on September the 2nd, but was 2 days too late. So is it a rental unit or is not a rental unit? I'm going by what your appeal statement is.
I understand. And when I filed that appeal statement, I just wrote, rental, but it's not a rental. My sister has been there for 25 years with my 2 nieces that are now grown and out of the house. So actually, my sister's actually there alone now because her husband passed in February 22.
No more questions, Mr. Chair.
I have a question. Did you listen to the case that we heard just 2 or 3 cases ago involving the woman who bought a property for her daughter and granddaughter to live in?
I did, and Mr. Pincus, I did, and I actually learned something new about an affidavit.
And that you think you may need to file one of those today or yesterday?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I actually wrote a note on that. I mean, I wasn't aware of that affidavit because I don't collect anything from her. Like if she was paying me something to cover the mortgage, but they never had any money. So I always felt an obligation to put a roof over her head.
May I ask one other question of you, Mr. Giacobini? Do you own other properties that you rent in the city?
No, sir. Well, I own a property at 10th and Watkins that I'm actually selling my house in Jersey in end of August and moving into. But
Okay,
my
thank-
mother-in-law lives on the first floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's do this. I need 3 minutes with the board, and this will be short. It's 4:56. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. Okay, because we have a lot more to resolve. I just need a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any final comments from anyone before we call the vote?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, with regard to appeal number HA-2022-003764, 2915 South Robinson Street, City of Fern.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City
City
affirmed.
affirmed. Oh, I'm sorry.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Vote of city affirmed. Mr. Giacobini, if you want to appeal the board's decision, you may do that. If you need information, check in with the board's administration. They will tell you how you can submit an appeal of the decision of the board. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Okay, Mr. Wade, what do we have next?
The inspector for case 12, I was just made aware, an inspector has a time restriction for case 12. His restriction was 5 o'clock. He's still on the call. If Mr. Rula, I believe Mr. Rula is handling the case. I don't know if he wants that called or.
Well, Mr. Rulo, what do you want to do?
Yes, well, I think that we might be able to dispense with that case fairly quickly. Number 12 is ending 003995 2237 North 51st Street. The appellant is a Golam Gogolu. And as I indicated as a preliminary matter earlier, the date of that notice of violation was August 18th of 2022, and the appeal was filed on September 28th of 2022. I think the board took this under advisement to make a determination as to whether or not it would hear that. So if that is resolved in the city's failure in terms of the notice being, the appeal being untimely.
We agreed to hear the case.
Oh, you did,
early-
excuse me.
yeah.
I didn't know if there was a formal decision on whether or not.
Yes, we're going to hear the case if it's to be heard.
Okay, well, if the appellant is still here, then I think we are ready to proceed on that.
Okay, now the problem, of course, we're asking you this also because I understand you have an inspection issue, the inspector or your witness. It may be a problem.
I believe the inspector is still here. I'm not sure if they are required to leave at this moment or not, but I don't. I would default
Well,
to the
let's
inspector.
call the inspector then. Who's your witness, Mr. Rulo?
It is Inspector Sean Faulkner.
Okay, Mr. Faulkner? I don't see a Sean Faulkner.
He's on.
I see a name, but I don't see an image.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you turn your screen on?
For some reason, it's not allowing me to access the video to cut the screen on. I'm sorry. I've been
Okay.
trying since we've been on the call.
Okay, Mr. Rulo, can you attest to whether or not that's Mr. Faulkner?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Faulkner, would you raise your right hand so you may,
Yes, it's raised.
do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Rulo, do we have the appellant? And please unmute them, please. Gulam Gogolu, would you Who's the appellant? Which of you, there's two people in the image. Which of you is the
That's
appellant?
my wife and that's me. We both,
Okay, what I need you to do though is each of you put your full name on the record.
Gulam Gogulu, husband, and it's my wife, Nirpal Gogulu.
Now let her speak for herself.
Oh,
Nirpal Gugulu, Nirpal.
Okay, Nirpal Guru. Okay, thank you. Now, when during the hearing now, you will have to decide which of you will speak.
I think
Okay,
I'll speak.
because you can't speak at the same time. And so we need
I'll
to have
just
one
speak.
person. Okay, you'll speak. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Mr. Rulo, please proceed.
Okay, give me 1 second. Inspector Faulkner, can you see what's been displayed on the screen as Exhibit A?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm moving down to the first page of this document. I'll zoom in so it's a bit easier to see. What is this document?
Notice of violation in order to correct.
Okay, and who was it issued to?
I can't pronounce the responsible party's name, but the gentleman and the ma'am that's in the screen. I'm sorry, I
Gulam
can't pronounce the
Gugulu.
name. Gilliam Gugulu.
Okay, and the property that was cited was 2237 North 51st, correct?
Yes,
And the date of that notice is August 18th of 2022, correct?
yes.
And moving down to the descriptions of the violations, what were the violations that were issued here?
The violations was for exterior weeds at the perimeter of the property exceeding 10 inches.
And was there an additional violation concerning an inoperative or unlicensed motor vehicle on the property?
Yes, there's an unregistered vehicle in the driveway, a truck, a SUV with inspection stickers dated 4/22.
Okay. And I'm going to move down to what has now been marked as City Exhibit B. Is this a copy of the final violation notice?
Yes,
And that was dated August 2nd, excuse me, excuse me. Yes, all right. Moving down to City Exhibit C. Is this the subject property?
yes.
Okay. And can you describe what's shown in this image?
I have two vehicles in the driveway. I have a lot of plants and grass and some flowers and the front exterior of the property.
Okay, and was this photo taken around the time of the violations?
It was taken yesterday.
Okay, excuse me, I've got these out of order. Moving down to the second photo, what is displayed here?
This is the photo that was taken at time of violation back in August of 2022.
Okay, so just to make the record clear, the first photo is the recent inspection that you did. And then the
Yes.
second photo is the conditions that existed at the time of the violation notice was issued, correct?
Yes, yes.
And I'd like to compare, so this is one of the areas that was cited for weeds, is that correct?
That area there where there is some flowers, but there's weeds there also. And to the left side of the photo on the hanging over the Chevy truck.
Mr.
that's-
Chair, I want to step in for a moment.
Yes.
When I'm looking at the exhibits that was turned in, the date on that photo right there is July 31st, 2023.
That's
So that
yesterday.
could not have been when the violation was written.
Okay,
The-
I
the-
think
the-
Miss
the
Sean,
The
you
second
misstated.
picture, no, the second picture is when the violation was written. That picture is yesterday. The pictures are not in order.
Okay, so just to clarify, so we're looking at a picture now that's dated July 31st of 2023.
Yes, that was yesterday's picture.
And that was the yesterday's picture.
Yes.
This picture up here, when was this photo taken?
I apologize, sir. This picture must have been the one taken in 2022. I apologize.
Okay.
That was August 2022.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
I think we've clarified that now. Okay, so turning, there was two areas. There was the area that I'm highlighting right here that you
Yes.
just noted on the other photo. And
Yes.
then the second condition where the weeds and the tree, and I guess some sort of other plant here on the left side, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you, and
I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
no, go ahead if there was another explanation there.
No more. Go ahead.
And moving on to the photo, when you inspected the property recently, did those conditions still exist?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the conditions that are over here on the left, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And moving over, and so these, what's reflected in this photograph?
This is the rear yard of the property.
Okay, and were there additional kind of weeds that were violating that requirement at the rear of the property or along the rear and side of the property as well?
Yes, they're above 10 inches.
Okay. And then this is the picture of the motor vehicle you noted?
Yes,
Okay. And so at the time you noted that it was out of inspection, correct?
yes, yes.
And there were indications that it was not moving or operating?
No, in the code states that an unregistered vehicle is one of the
Excuse me.
requirements to receive the violation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so just to confirm then, when you went out to the property yesterday, the violation conditions still existed?
Yes,
And you personally observed those yesterday, correct?
yes.
Okay. That does it for my questions for the witness.
Okay, Mr. Goulam, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes, yes, sir. First of all, I know the weeds and I know the flowers. Both those pictures, I love. I
Mr.
had my
Goulam,
heart.
you have to ask the question, then later on, after the city finishes its case, you can present your understanding.
Oh, you want me to ask you a question?
Do you have any cross-examination based on his testimony? If you don't, that's okay. And we'll get to you and you can explain
Okay,
everything.
we'll wait.
you're doing.
We'll wait.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, Mr. Rulo, do you have any additional witnesses?
We do not have any additional witnesses.
Okay, all right, Mr. Gugolo, now is your turn just to put on your case. You're muted, sir. You have to unmute yourself.
I love plants. It's my hobby. I have flowers, vegetables. I raise various plants throughout the place. The pictures they taken at the first picture was cosmos and other wildflowers that I let them reseed every year. The present picture that I got is these daisies and other things I have there. They have germinated from last seeds. And if you talk to the inspector, ask him if he showed you the backyard and he showed you the thing there. Did he take a look on the front yard there, how nice it is, and that I have many flowers there? The inspector
Do you have
went
any,
there.
do you have any photos of your
I
own to
do,
put on
but
evidence?
I can show you a few of them, but they're not most, let's see. Yeah, let's show you.
Okay, you would have to share your screen though, if you want to show
Yes,
photos.
please. Yeah, I'm going to show you this right now. Okay, right now, that one. That's my front right now. I'm sure
Okay.
the inspector, if you can, okay, you see another one?
Okay,
This is what you took, what the inspector saw yesterday, when you see the daisies, and then I got the lily there, and on the background, there's a cosmos, the green thing. The very front of the plant is some weeds there. I agree with it, but it's not more than 4 to 5 inches, or maybe say 6 for that. But other than that, these are daisies. You can take a look at that. And I monitor I love plants. It's not a question of that. So, and then okay, you have another photo. Different time I took photos. This is that's the walkway there.
but tell us what
Another
dates
picture of the
those are
walkway.
taken. Tell us what
Yeah,
those-
today. I took them today.
And
Okay.
I'm just going to
Yeah.
lodge an objection. I'm not sure what the sidewalk has to do with the violation.
Oh, just showing
Usually in
you that
terms
I
of
keep
relevance
maintaining-
and-
Mr. Gogol,
Okay.
you cannot overtalk the other person. Let him speak, and then you
Sure.
can respond if you choose to.
I'm just
Sorry,
noting an
Mr.
objection for the record. I understand the board's policy that these images concerning the sidewalk are not relevant to whether or not the weeds on the side of the property exist.
Okay, so noted. Thank you. Mr. Gogolo,
Yes, sir.
continue if you want.
So all I want to tell you, these are not weeds, and these are flowers. That's it. I don't want to say anything more.
Okay, well, I do question for you. How tall do they get? Because there's an issue of the code saying 10 inches. How tall are they?
Well, this is God's given. If we get more rain, they can get 2 feet. If we get less rain, they can go 1.5 feet. And sometimes, I mean, I don't water them. If we get more, like we had a drought, I lost a lot of my plants. Yeah. Now we got a lot of rain and things are growing like I had in my backyard, some tomatoes and all that. They were overtaken by things because we got a lot of rain recently. So
Okay.
really, I can't tell you, but average, they get about 1 or 2 feet tall, the yellow things we're seeing right now, or
Right.
the inspector saw, And I got the daylilies there. Some of them are 3 feet tall. I could show you the daylily, but it's not most recent picture. Show him the daylily picture that I
No,
had.
most recent is what we're interested in. So that's.
This is my daylilies, and some of them are 3.5 feet, 4 feet tall. They're taller, this is like what it was about maybe 2 weeks ago. but they
Okay.
gone, but I have the stem still there.
Mr. Gogolo, you had a whole, on the screen at one point, you had like 6 or 7 or 8 pictures. Could you put that up again for a moment?
Sure. Show the officer all the pictures. These are the last year's picture. This is Cosmos. Last year when I got the violation.
Oh,
Show you more.
wait a minute, Mr. Gogolo, before you go through them, Mr. Pink, is there something in particular you were looking for?
I just wanted to see the pictures and they showed the yard and the walk. And I have one other question. The vehicle that's referenced as part of the violation that was still there as of yesterday. Is that correct? It's
That-
not
I had-
registered. It's not registered and it doesn't have a license. Is that correct?
Okay, I'm not really here to win or lose, but I had a vehicle when I got a violation. There was a old blue van. And my green van just recently broke, so I activated my blue van, and this green van is for donation to pick up. That's what is there. But here's my question. It's my private property, my private driveway. I understand if I was driving, if I was parked on the street or anything, I don't see why I should be penalized for parking something that is not, I'm not operating, it's just parked there. And also, and be truthful with you, I have 2 apartment buildings right here and close by. When I have an open space there, people park at there. That is to deter people not to park in my place here.
Okay.
And that's all.
Mr. Rulo, the violation on the vehicle, what is that specific to that violation?
A code provision that was cited was concerning inoperative and or unlicensed vehicles. So I believe the inspector had noted that the vehicle was out of inspection and included a photograph showing that it had not been, I believe the date of that was, that he testified to was in early 2022. And based on the testimony that we just heard, it seems like that is not a vehicle that is being used by the appellant at the property. I was going to ask, because I believe it was Board Member Pincus had asked, the photographs that are on the screen right now, I don't believe that we had any division as to what dates they are. And I think for the purposes of the record, we need to get in kind of, okay, what photos are from 2022 and what photos were taken yesterday, just for the purposes of the record.
Sure. Mr. Gogolo, the photos that are being shown now, when
Yes,
were
sir.
they taken?
The top showing the, okay, this was taken today, right here, show this thing. This is taken today.
Okay, is there any way to identify them by markings or anything? So in fact, the record could reflect that?
And the walkway, that's the, don't confuse them. That's the violation I got, the top one. And that one, this one here, this one right here, that was the
Well,
original
the
violation I
numbers.
got.
If you just reference the number at the top of the photograph and say the date, that would answer Mr. Rulo's inquiry.
This is first one.
They can see all those photos?
Okay, I can only have one voice at a time between the two of you, okay? So when
Thank
you
you.
speak, we hear your conversation and it's confusing. So only one patient at a time. And so you may need to write each other notes rather than speaking to each other. Now, the other thing is that if one of you, Mr. Gogolo, if you're the one who's speaking, give us the note that the numbers at the top of the photograph and then tell us when it was taken. You don't have to do all of them, just give the ones that you think represent your current, your situation.
Okay. All the top ones were taken when I got the violation at that time, matter of she got a date, September 28, 2022, all the top ones.
Where it says resized, that's written on the top of the
Yes, sir.
photo.
Yes, sir.
Those
Yes,
are
sir.
from a year ago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And now,
And the
which ones represent
photographs-
the current?
The photographs that have numbers that say IMG with numbers, those were taken yesterday or today?
Yes, sir. Today.
Thank
Today.
you.
And
Before you leave though, that's IMG 3071, IMG 3062, IMG 3085, IMG 3083, and IMG 3084. Those were all taken yesterday?
yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rulo, does that satisfy the bare minimum what you need?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure we had that distinction in case, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think we're done with that. Mr. Pincus, unless you need something else.
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Any final argument from anyone?
Just very briefly, I think that we saw a lot of photographs here of conditions near the sidewalk and conditions near the front of the street. I don't believe that there were any photographs presented on concerning the weeds that were on the left side of the property, which was one of the core parts of the violation that was cited. And I think we heard testimony concerning that the vehicle that was noted as part of this violation is in fact not being operated. I believe that the wording was that it is in the process of being donated, and it is now sitting there almost a year later. So in the city's view, based on that testimony and the testimony of Inspector Faulkner, we would ask that this be a city affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything final, Mr. Gugalu, before we vote?
I could also state that the very van that I was given violation on is active right now, and that the green van is that going to be donated. I have insurance, I have title things, I can prove that the old van was just waiting matter. So the old van is active right now.
Can I
And
say
the
one
green
thing?
van, yes,
It's not the van. It's
okay,
the Chevy truck that's on the side near, not closer to the house, but closer to the gate to your neighbor's house. That when I was out there last year, the sticker said 422. I
it's
was out
still
there
there.
yesterday, the sticker said 422. So that means it's an unregistered vehicle, because if it was registered, the stickers would
Now,
be updated.
now tell me please this, all of us have vehicles. This is my private driveway, and this is why I'm trying to, I got a little, I wanted to hear it. It
Okay.
is not obtrusive.
So let's do this, Mr.
anything.
Gugalu. We can
Yes,
answer
sir.
your question is this. I want Mr. Rulo, if you have handy the code, if you can cite the code so that he's aware of it. And so we can all hear it. And Mr. Gugalu, that will be your answer to your question. The code itself is what regulates what happens.
I can cite the
Rulo?
code if you would like for me to.
No,
I
Mr.
can
Parker, you're Mr. Rulo's witness. You have to work through him.
Okay, I apologize.
So the specific provision that the owner was cited was PM 15-302.8, and that is included in the notice of violation. 1 second here. The section quoted in the notice of violation was an inoperative or unlicensed motor vehicle shall not be parked, kept, or stored on any premises, and no vehicle shall at any time be in a state of major disassembly, disrepair, or in the process of being stripped or dismantled. So essentially what's being said here is that this vehicle has been left there effectively unlicensed because it is out of inspection now for over a year. I believe it's a year and 3 months now. So that's why this vehicle was cited.
So
Okay.
you cannot, if you buy tomorrow a house with a
Mr.
garage in
Gugalu,
the front.
Mr. Gugalu, you asked the question, and what I
All right.
had him do was recite the code.
Okay.
Now, I didn't ask you to agree with the code. I just asked him
Okay.
to recite the code.
Okay,
And
okay.
most of us may not agree with the code, but that's the way it's written.
Thank you.
And so that's where we are.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else from anyone before we call the vote on this?
Could we, I hate to do this, could we have a short executive session?
Okay, I'm not sure what, I think Mr. Tennant is 5:24, am I correct?
That is correct, 5:24 PM.
We will be back at 5:30.
Thank you.
We can come to some conclusion on this matter. This is 2237 North 51st Street. Is there any final concluding comments from the city or Mr. Gugalu?
No, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
No, Chairman.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Gugalu, are you muted? No, he's not muted. No final comment? Okay. All righty. We'll call the vote on HA-2022-003995. Gulon Gugalu, 2237 North 51st Street, City affirmed. No one's voting?
I would, as city affirmed, I would give a 60-day stay.
I will reconsider my vote, 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed.
Okay, thank you.
City affirm.
Okay,
City affirm 60-day stay of enforcement.
okay. All right. Okay, majority vote, city affirm 60-day stay of enforcement. Unanimous vote, city affirm. Mr. Gugula, what that means is that the city's permits are valid and that they stand. So you've lost your appeal, but the majority of the board wants to give you a stay of enforcement for 60 days. Okay, so that's the vote as of now. Mr. Gulo, thank you. Mr. Gugula, have a good afternoon. Thank you, sir.
So question, please. Do I have to pay the fines?
The fine comes with the violation, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
Alrighty.
thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
you're welcome. And if you want to appeal that decision, you can
No,
check in
it's
with the-
beautiful. You guys gave me opportunity. That's fine. So I'll
Okay.
put a fence all around the place.
Okay,
And move
all right,
out.
thank you very much.
Wow.
Have a good day. Okay, Mr. Wade?
That would bring us back to case number 2. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-004031, 937 South 51st Street. William Pringle doing business as Two Brothers Auto Service.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Yes, this is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, you have a witness today?
Yes, I have Brian Conaway.
Okay. Mr. Conaway, are you available to raise your right hand so that you be sworn?
I am.
Do you swear affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Pringle, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? You swear
Yes.
affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You place your hand down. Okay, Mr. Johnson?
Inspector Conaway, can you please tell us where you're employed?
City of Philadelphia Department of License Inspection,
And what's your position with the department?
code enforcement inspector responsible for all existing properties, property maintenance, fire code. enforcement.
Are you familiar with the property at 937 South 51st Street?
I am,
And how'd you become aware of that property?
as a result of a complaint. Doing an inspection on it.
I'm gonna ask for permission to share my screen at this time.
Yes, please.
I have a packet of documents marked City Exhibit C1. I'm looking at page 1, and the subsequent pages are a copy of the appeal petition filed by the owner of the property in this case. And I'm going to ask for judicial notice that the reason for the appeal was, quote unquote, I need more time to apply for change of usage with the zoning board. Scrolling down, I'm going to look at page 2, Mr. Conaway. This notice of intent to cease operations issued 9/7 of 2022. Were you involved in that investigation, sir?
I was, yes.
And tell us about what you found when you investigated the property.
The property was being used as auto repair shop with admissions and inspections. It wasn't property zoned, nor did they have a license to perform auto repair.
Are both of those requirements for operating a repair shop and inspection station within the city of Philadelphia?
They are.
And did anyone ever obtain a zoning permit that would allow that use of the property since that time?
Not as of yet, no.
And looking at the notice of violations, you wrote, is it obtain zoning for an emissions inspections and auto repair shop, obtain a certificate of occupancy? Those were the two violations you wrote, is that right?
That's correct.
And was a cease operations order issued to the subject premises?
Yes.
Okay, I'm scrolling down. Those first few pages, are those the notices of violation that were issued by the department?
They are.
And at page 8, I have a few photographs. Did you take the photographs associated with the account?
I did.
And I'm looking at a photograph from what's marked as July 24th of 2023. Did you inspect the property at that time?
I did.
And what did you observe?
That they were still operating as auto repair shop.
And what gave you that impression?
They were and they're doing business as usual.
Go ahead.
I said they were doing business as usual.
Okay. Did you see them working on any cars at that time?
On the 24th, no.
The pictures you took, what is the document marked page 8? What is that photograph?
That's a picture of the front exterior, the garage door open.
And do they still have signage posted regarding the services available?
They do, yes.
Are the signs indicating that they're an inspection station still posted?
Yes, they do.
Are they visible in the photograph?
They are.
And
On
how
top,
about
on top of the building.
okay, page 9? What did you observe in page 9?
This is the interior of the shop with all the remnants of auto repair shop, tools, oil rags, all the remnants of auto repair.
Did you examine their records?
Yes.
What did the records indicate?
There are no zoning records on the property, which indicates that it should be either vacant or single family. If it's not a single family, so that probably should be vacant.
And page 10, was this photograph you took on September 7th?
It is.
And I'm just going to ask you, there's numerous cars around the property in that photograph, and you can visibly see people working. You didn't see anyone working when you were there last week, though, did you?
No, but there were no cars on the premises now.
Okay. Does that mean that they're have complied the violation?
Oh, no.
How come?
Because you still have remnants of auto repair shop. You're still open for business. In order to comply the violation, you have to, one, either obtain zoning for the work that's being done, or remove all the remnants of the auto repair and the signage that you're not zoned to have up there, stating
So
that you're
I just want to clarify for the board, the mere fact that no cars were there at the time you were there, that doesn't mean the violations complied, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Because they could bring cars in there and do work anytime, is that right?
That's correct.
And have they applied for zoning?
Not as of yet, no.
I'm going to offer exhibit C1 for admission at this time. So I'm just going to
Okay, so
ask,
moved.
I'm just going to ask one final question of Inspector Conaway. So the cease operations order that was issued and that's at issue before the board today, have they complied with the cease operations order?
Not as of yet, no.
And can you explain to the board why?
Because the business is still open for business. And they still have the signage up referring to them doing auto repair and emissions and inspections.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Pringle, you have any cross-examination?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any additional witnesses, Mr. Johnson?
No, sir. I would ask that the documents be admitted and the city rest.
So moved. Mr. Pringle, what do you want to share with us regarding this situation?
Regarding the situation at the time of the violation, there's a friend of mine who was here doing an inspection. And prior to that, I was just running it for storage and storage of my own car. I used to be a mechanic, so that's why I have like a lot of tools and things. Well, prior to that, so a friend of mine, he wanted somewhere to do his inspections, and the landlord was okay with that. So he had, from my understanding, he had the paperwork because he was at another shop. From my understanding, he had paperwork to operate as a business. He had business license and so forth and so on. So I didn't understand that he needed anything else because he was already in business. I wasn't in business.
Okay, so is it your testimony that,
violation?
okay, wait a minute. Your testimony is that you have not and are not currently operating a auto repair business at that address.
I'm just doing my own little thing. I work on cars.
I don't know what doing my own little thing means. Are you repairing automobiles?
I work on my own cars.
So all the cars that you have worked on out of that space are your cars that are registered in your name?
Yes. Then I always register because I have, I can't keep them at my house. So I keep them here.
I don't know how, this is a one car garage. Is there more bays that we see? How many bays?
It's storage in the rear. This property has storage garages. So it's a lot of storage.
Have you submitted a zoning application to make the location legally permissible for auto repair?
Yes, I did at the time when they were here doing inspection, which they're not. They stopped doing inspection here, so they had shut that down. And the landlord was supposed to take the signage down, which he hasn't done yet. That's why the sign is still up there. But we did go down to try to obtain zoning, but he decided that he didn't want to no longer do it anymore, do the inspections anymore.
Okay, now you're the tenant, so why are you appealing this and not the landlord?
He told us we had to do it.
Okay.
I'm real foreign to this thing, so I don't really know. And
did you ever have a license for auto repair license in Philadelphia?
No.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any questions?
Just briefly, sir, you told the board before that you're the tenant at the property. Is that right?
Right.
Do you reside at that same property?
No, I don't reside.
You only rent the garage, is that right?
Right, and some space in the back.
And you understand that according to the testimony of the inspector, the zoning for the property is single family. You're not allowed to do auto repair on the premises. Do you understand that?
Well, I understand that now, but from the owner, that was never expressed to me that that's the only thing that could be done. I was never aware of that.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Because it's it's all rental garages here. There are other people who reside here and rent these garages.
Okay. They may have their own legal issues. Since they aren't before us, I was just saying that because even though I understand now that it's zoned as a residential, but I was unaware of that based upon the rental, what the rental property is doing. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else have anything?
Yes, I guess I'm a little confused. Are auto repairs and inspections still being done in that property, Mr. Pringle?
No, not as a business. We're just doing no more inspections is being done. But under what it's zoned for, I can't even work on my own cars here.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Pringle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
You just testified that you just found out that what it was zoned for?
Yes.
On your appeal form, you said you need more time to apply for change of usage with the zoning board. What was you changing?
They said it had to change of uses to do inspection because from what what the landlord expressed to us, he said it was a C2 mixed zone.
So
C2
when
mixed
did you,
commercial.
when did you find out that it wasn't zoned properly?
When we did our investigations, but I didn't know it was residential. I knew it was commercial and not residential. So it wasn't zoned for auto service under the new zoning as commercial. So we wanted to get it zoned to do the auto and inspection. I
So
was
back
never
then,
aware, when I did my research, we didn't see that it was zoned as residential, but mixed commercial.
okay, back in 22, when they told you which corrections was needed was obtain zoning for an admission/inspection and auto repair shop. And that was September 7th, 2022. And your response to that was you need more time to apply for the change.
Right.
So I'm a little bit confused there.
What you mean? I want to give you clarity.
If you was notified what you needed to have done, and you're saying now that you just finding out that the zoning was wrong.
Oh, that it was commercial. I mean, that it was residential. I know it was commercial.
Okay. I'm following right along with you. Now,
Okay.
you thought it was a commercial property.
Right.
When I'm assuming when you started, you thought it was a commercial property. When you was notified that it wasn't commercial, what did you do then?
That's when we applied to change the zone.
And what was the outcome of that?
Mr. Washington, if I may interrupt, I just looked on the city's records. This property, unless Mr. Johnson has knowledge of something different, is zoned CMX2 commercial. It's not, that's what the city records show, at least as I'm looking on the website for the city for this address, 937 South 51st Street. It's CMX2. It's not zoned for residential use.
I would direct that question to Inspector Conaway.
There are 0 zoning documents on that property in Atlas. So what I said was that means that it's either supposed to be vacant or single family. There are 0 zone. The CMX2 is the overlay. The actual zoning for the property, there are no zoning documents on that property.
So it has to comply with CMX2 requirements. Is that correct, Inspector?
It has to comply with the use to zoning for the property needs to state exactly what is being used for. So it should say auto repair or whatever they use that property for. That's what the zoning should state.
You're saying they need to apply and obtain a use permit for whatever use they're going to use it for that would be issued by the department in conformance with the zoning code.
That's correct.
So what is CMX?
CMX is an overlay.
And what do you mean by that?
Meaning what the structures in that area are used for.
Okay, CMX, actually, Mr. Johnson, since this is your case, just make the definition, please. If you would, Mr. Johnson.
Please repeat that.
CMX, just define CMX because.
Well, it's a commercial zoning category that may authorize a commercial use such as auto repair, but you still need to apply for a permit before that use can commence.
Yes, okay. And so the violation here is that there's no permits, no auto
That's
repair
correct.
and or use registration for that particular property.
Yep.
That it be utilized in that fashion. Okay.
So
Anything
wait,
else?
wait,
Mr.
wait,
Warren?
wait,
I believe was there.
I need to be Ms. Claire, Mr. Chair. Since
Yes,
he cited for obtaining a zoning for the mission and inspection and auto repair and obtain a certificate of occupancy, it seems from what was just stated that he needed to apply for something completely different, a use permit.
Well, he would need,
Sure
if
to-
you're converting it from a different use to an inspection station or an auto repair shop, you would need to get a certificate of occupancy before the new use commences.
No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pringle, do you have anything else you want to offer?
I have nothing further.
Okay, anything else from
No,
anyone else?
After I tried to apply the change of usage or get the correct zoning in motion, the guy who was doing the inspection and stuff, he bailed out. He stopped
I'm
doing it.
not sure
He
what
shut
that
it down.
means. Which guy was
shut
that?
it- The guy a friend of mine whose name who is the owner or opened up the business for Two Brothers Auto.
Oh, okay.
I was never a part of that. That was something totally separate. We shared space.
Okay. Well, see, the problem though, Mr. Pringle, your name is on everything, and you're the one who's appealed the thing. So those other individuals aren't noted anywhere in the documents. And so you're the one being held accountable.
Right.
Okay. All right. So let's call it a vote then on this matter of HA 2022-004031, William Pringle, 937 South 51st Street, City of Flint.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pringle, you've lost your appeal. You can appeal our decision. Check with the office if you need information as to how to appeal the decision of the board. But that's where we stand as of today. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
What I'd like Mr. Wade, call the next case. Mr. Pincus, if you could, would you mind stepping into the chairman's seat for a moment? And then I'll need to step out for a moment.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Case number 17, hearing appeal HA 2022-003349, 1050 Rosalie Street, Chen Chang. Service was made. I don't believe I see them on the call.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia. I'm representing the city in this case. Hearing no response to the call of the case, I would ask that be marked city affirmed for failure to appear.
Let's just make one further call for Chen Cheng, 1050 Rosalie Street. Is there anyone present at the hearing related to this property? Hearing no response, Mr. Fernandez, it's 5:53 p.m. My vote is city affirmed, non-appearance.
Thank you.
Well, we need a few other members of the board to vote as well, Mr. Fernandez. Always nice to see you, though. Mr. Pettit.
I think Mr. Pettit is on mute.
Sorry about that. City affirmed.
City affirmed.
I assume we're all making it city affirmed because it's
Non-appearance.
non-appearing. And I said 5:52 p.m., correct? 5:53 p.m. Okay.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
Thank you. The next case, Mr. Wade.
Case number 18, hearing appeal HA 2022-003964, 5901 Lansdowne Ave, McAngelo Tillman. I don't see anyone in the waiting room. And service was made.
Michael Rulo on behalf of the city, hearing nothing, city would request this be marked city affirmed for failure to appear.
One last time, McAngelo Tillman, 5901 Lansdowne Avenue. Is there anyone present regarding this property? Not having a response. It's 5:54 p.m.
That
my vote-
Lansdowne, is that Lansdowne Street? What number case was that?
The case number 18, HA 2022. Just a moment. 003-964 5901 Lansdowne Avenue. Someone
Okay,
present?
Never mind. There was a different Lansdowne that I was involved in earlier that was already disposed of.
All right, so I think Rulo asked for the city to be affirmed. It's 5:55 PM. My vote is city affirmed. Non-appearance of the appellant.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you. I gather the chairman is still, I'm still acting in his absence, so Mr. Wade, next case.
Back. Mr. Wade,
Okay.
please, next case.
Yes,
Mr. Whitson is back. I am no longer acting chairman.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Case number 19, hearing appeal number HA 2022 003838 4613 Rose Hill. Lydia Lissind. Service was made. And I don't see
Okay.
anyone.
Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the City of Philadelphia in this matter. Hearing no response from appellant or appellant's representatives, I would ask that this appeal be marked city affirmed.
Okay, anyone present? Again, 4613 Rose Hill Street, Lydia Lissind. Lydia Lissind. No response. Okay, what time do you have, Mr. Pincus?
5:56 PM.
5:56 PM. We'll call the vote then on HA 2022-003838 4613 Rose Hill Street, Lydia Lissind, City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay, what do we have next?
Just want to call 37 and 38 out of order because the inspectors, I don't see the appellant.
Okay, all right.
One appellant for both properties. Case number 37, hearing appeal HA 2022 003758 2655 South Felton Street. Sean Smith, I can confirm service. Service was made.
Okay, thank you. Who's representing the city?
Caroline Curley on behalf of the city.
Actually, as I review the letter that went out, it does look like there was a typo on the. It appears to be a typo on the letter that was generated and sent out.
Typo on the address?
Well, the address that the address that the notice. The address on the notice of the hearing went to the same address as the violation notice, but not the appellant gave the address of 6255 Felton Street. But the actual violation is 2655 South Felton Street.
Okay, and so, but the appellant, Mr. Smith's mailing address is what?
It's 2655 South Felton Street, according to the site violation notice that was issued to him. However, on his appeal, he wrote his address. He wrote his address as 6255 Felton Street.
Oh, okay. On his appeal, he noted his address is 6255 Felton Street.
Yes,
Okay.
he wrote his appeal different than the address that his violation was sent to.
Oh, okay, and you only went to set the notice to the violation address as opposed to his mailing address?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Curley, given that, we probably need to continue this matter to make sure service is properly given.
I mean, I do just want to state for the record, he wrote the address wrong for the subject property too. The subject property, the property in violation is 2655. And he inverted the numbers as 6255, both for the property address and his own address.
Oh.
Okay,
Okay,
you know,
He may have done that.
also, and so I do also just want to, you know, just so it's preserved, just so, I know, to alert the board, these appeals were filed late. So, you know,
okay. Okay, well, what was the
but
time of this issue?
if the administrator is,
I just
saying
caught it.
wasn't
It
sent,
just,
then, yeah. In
Well,
an abundance of caution, I think
Sure,
it's
but
best.
what is the time of this matter? What's the level of time? How much late, how late?
So the notice of violation was sent August 7th, 2020. And I'm sorry, these two cases, number 37 and 38, are linked. For HA 20, which one we're on 2022, the one ending in 3758. Dude, I don't want to go too much into it. They were both filed untimely.
Yeah, I was just asking though, the NOV for that one was August 7th, what year?
2022.
And what was the appeal date? I just want to get that.
So the NOV was issued August 7th, 2022. The appeal would have been due September 6th. It wasn't filed until the 16th.
Okay, September. Okay, all right. Thank you. Of the same year, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to continue these two so we can sort out this issue of notice. Mr. Wade.
Yep.
So for the record, HA 2022-007 00375 2655 South Felton Street will be continued. HA 2023-002 2655 South Felton Street will also be continued. Thank you very much.
And with that, Inspector Conway, I believe, is his last case, so he can leave.
Okay, he's excused.
Thank you. Have a good evening all.
Okay, have a good day, evening.
case number 20. Hearing appeal HA 2022 004020 405 East Haines Street. Anthony Pody, service was made. He was on the call at some point, but no one is on the call now.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Michael Rulo on behalf of the city of Philadelphia, and hearing nothing, the city would request a city affirm for failure to appear.
Okay, Anthony Pody, 405 East Haines Street. Anthony Pody. No response. What time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
6:02 p.m.
6:02 p.m. We'll poll the board regarding HA-2022-004020 405 East Haines Street. Anthony Pody, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Case number,
Board members,
case number 22, hearing appeal number HA 2022 003818 3120 North 27th Street at Bernadine Dandu.
okay, who represents the city?
Caroline Curley on behalf of the city.
Okay, Ms. Curley, at Bernadine Dandu.
Yes,
Okay, sir, would you give us your name, please?
my name is A.T. Bernardine Dansu.
Slow down and repeat it so we can make sure we can hear it clearly.
A space, T space, Bernardine Dansu.
Okay, and on the screen, the word, the name that's on the screen is Angus Dunsall. Who is that?
Yeah, that's me. A stands for Angus.
Oh, so Angus Dunsall is also A.T. Bernadine Dandu.
Correct.
Okay, which is the correct spelling of your last name?
as a David, A as
Yeah.
a Apple, N as a Nancy, S as a Sam, O as a Oscar, U as a umbrella.
Okay, so, that Dan Do is Dan Soup. Okay, that's what we missed. Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Would you raise your right hand so you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Ms. Curley?
So as an initial matter, board, this appeal was filed as late. The city's going to object to a proceeding today. As the board knows, the code affords a 30-day appeal period, and absent that, the board loses its jurisdiction to hear these appeals. Even if non-protunct relief were to be granted, there's been no showing of, of an administrative failure. The violation was issued July 30th, 2022. The appeal period ended on August 29th. The appellant filed a late appeal to the board on September 16th, 2022. The sole reason cited on the appeal is that I'm quoting, I wasn't sure what to do. And there's absolutely no reasons stated even what the basis for the appeal is on his appeal form. I can pull those forms up for the board if it's easier to look at, but for those reasons, since there's been, essentially no showing and an admission that the appellant simply just didn't know what to do, we are asking for that this appeal be denied.
Okay, sir, well, before we do that, Ms. Curley, the nature of this case, is this a building permit matter?
That is correct, board. There are two violations for a building permit being a building permit for an interior demo and interior alterations on the property.
So the violations were issued to the property at the address, correct?
And the address provided by the appellant.
Okay, I'm just making a point that construction building permit violations are often issued on the scene at the location. The inspector.
This was mailed to the appellant to the address we had for him, and the address matches his appeal paperwork.
Okay, all righty. Mr. Denso, why didn't you appeal within the regulated time?
Yes, I got this property and we didn't know there's a violation on it. And then when I get a violation, I called a guy who sold me the property to help me with the violation. And I called friends and family to help me, but no one was helping. And at the time I went to the city hall and to appeal, somebody advised me to go to the city hall. And then I appealed this violation. That's what I did. When I went there, they told me to go to the permit department to get a license, to get a permit. When I went to the permit department, they asked me to bring the plan. And I was looking for engineer. I even paid for it. And I paid the wrong guy that never done the right job for me.
Okay,
That's
well,
why
I guess the issue though is that still doesn't answer the question as to why did you not appeal within the 30 days of receiving the violation?
Yeah, because I wasn't sure what to do at the time.
Did you do the work without the permits?
We
Or
didn't
someone
finish.
did someone you hired do the work without permits?
No, I'm a contractor.
Okay, so you're a contractor. Okay, and so the problem here is that you didn't follow the rules of submitting an appeal. You're a professional contractor, correct?
Yes,
Are you licensed in the city of Philadelphia?
yes.
Okay, so you understand the rules of construction in the city of Philadelphia.
I get a license after I get a violation.
Mister, you aren't answering my question. Do you understand the rules of construction in Philadelphia?
Yes,
Okay, and you can clearly read the violation that says you have a right to appeal, correct?
correct.
And it says 30 days, correct?
Yes,
Okay, all right, thank you. We're not gonna hear this. This is untimely foul. Therefore, it's outside of our jurisdiction to hear this matter. No, we're dismissing this. Sir, this is over. We aren't gonna hear it because you filed too late. Thank you. Anything else from anyone? I guess I would ask.
Mr. Chairman, I would also note that Mr. Danzu's address is in Bridgeport, Pennsylvania, And I believe you're supposed to have a registered agent in Philadelphia for purposes of getting notices.
Yes. So
And
we're
Mr.
not going to hear this matter. And I guess I want to ask though, before we say, put anything else on the record, I want to check with legal counsel. Do we need to have an affirmative vote or is declaration by the council chairperson sufficient?
Since I believe, since we did hear testimony as to the untimeliness of the matter, I believe it would be appropriate to take a formal vote. Yes.
Okay, the vote would be, I will start dismissed from untimely filing.
Be a lack of jurisdiction, would that be correct, Mr. Chairman or counsel?
That would be appropriate as well. Just dismiss for lack of jurisdiction.
Okay, I will restrike my vote. I'll restart. Lack of jurisdiction because of timeliness.
I agree, lack of jurisdiction because the appeal was untimely.
I concur with the chairman.
I concur with the chairman as well.
I concur with chairman.
I concur with the chairman.
I concur with the chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This matter is dismissed. Thank you. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Case number 24, hearing appeal. HA 2022-003723, 3419 North 3rd Street, Mixa Rodriguez.
Okay,
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia. Before we get underway, I want to share that probably about 20 minutes ago, I noticed that the inspector assigned to this case left the hearing without notifying me. However, with that said, I think that I will likely.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. With that said, I think I could still go forward calling the appellant, Ms. Rodriguez, as my primary witness.
Okay, thank you. Mixa Rodriguez.
Hi.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Thank you.
Okay, wait a minute. Does Ms. Rodriguez understand English well enough to speak for herself?
A little, but she suffers from anxiety.
Okay, should we have an interpreter?
No, I could help her.
You can't help her legally. We have to have an official interpreter do that.
Okay,
So
well,
if that's the issue, then
try.
we need to have an interpreter available for her.
She could try.
Well, once we get started, we're going to keep going. So
Okay.
Well, Mr. Fernandez, what is your reaction to this?
Yeah, if I may, I would say that I would, in the vast majority of circumstances, be very flexible with allowing someone to go forward in maybe a questionable borderline case with respect to language proficiency. But here, where I don't have an inspector and my plan is to call Ms. Rodriguez on cross as my primary witness,
Yeah.
I'm much more hesitant. So with I hate to do this because of the late hour and the long hearing today, but without the inspector present and with these newly revealed potential language issues, I would ask in the interest of having a full and conclusive hearing that doesn't need to be relitigated later on down the road, I would ask for a continuance to another date so that Ms. Rodriguez can have an interpreter present so that there are no concerns about language proficiency and so that I can have the inspector present the city's testimony as I intended.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, hopefully you understood most of what was said. We will continue your case to another day because we want to make sure you have a Spanish language interpreter who can interpret everything that's said so you completely and fully understand. In addition to that, the inspector that we need will be present. Okay, so we're going to continue to a different day. Understand?
Okay.
And
Okay.
I can just say, señora, usted me puede llamar si quiere hablar sobre esto, okay? Te voy a mandar mi número ahora. I just said she can call me. I'm going to give her my phone number.
Okay.
I'll send her an email now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue that matter. Let's move on.
Case number 29. Hearing appeal HA 2022-003796, 911 Scattergood Street, Laura McCray.
Okay, who's representing the city?
This is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Mr. Rulo, Laura McCray. Anyone present? Laura
I
McCray.
see Miss McCray, but, oh,
I'm unmuted now.
Oh, okay, Ms. McCray, good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Mr. Rulo, do you have a witness?
I believe it is Inspector Williams, but I'm unsure if Inspector Williams is still here.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sir, we need to see, can you turn your video on? Mr. Williams, can you turn on your video?
I'm attempting to.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Mr. Chair, before we go forward, did Ms. Rodriguez understand that she can leave?
Yes, I believe she did because Mr. Fernandez explained everything to her in Spanish.
I didn't specifically say that she was dismissed. I apologize for doing that.
Yeah, would you mind saying that to her?
Yeah,
so
of
she can-
course. Señora Rodríguez, hoy día ya estamos terminados, usted ya puede ir y vamos a hablar mañana o jueves. Voy a mandarte un email ahora.
Thank you. Thank you also, Mr. Williams, for bringing it.
Thank you.
Mr. Washington, you're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay. Okay, let's get back to the instant case. Mr. Rulo?
I apologize if I missed this, but I just wanted to confirm. Did we swear the witness in?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
I
we
just
swear,
wanted-
I'm sorry. We did not swear the
Oh,
inspector.
right, no.
Okay, Mr. Williams, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You place your hand down? Yes. Okay,
Okay. Inspector Williams, can you see what's been preliminarily marked as City Exhibit A on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move down and I will zoom in on this. What is this document?
That's a violation notice.
And what is the date of this document?
It says 8/18/22.
Okay, and I'm moving down now to the violations. Can you provide us a summary of what violations this property was cited for?
It was cited for high weeds. That's exterior area weeds, exterior area sanitation, plumbing systems, and exterior structure treatment.
Okay, and actually I forgot to ask, but you are familiar with this property located at 911 Scattergood Street, correct?
Yes.
And have you conducted inspections there?
Yes.
Okay, and when was the last inspection that you conducted?
Yesterday.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move down now to City Exhibit B. 1 second. Zoom out slightly. Okay. This is a photograph of the front of that property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the date of this photograph is August 15th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So I just wanted to frame that this is the property, but the violations in this case are at the rear of the property, like you said, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to move down to this second photo. The date of this photograph is also August 15th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And based on what you described in the notice of violation, can you explain those conditions that are visible in this photograph?
Just to be clear, I was not the original inspector on the case, but I did the follow-up.
Yes, but you are also familiar with the records.
Yes,
concerning
yes,
this case.
yes, correct.
And just to clarify, this is one of those records that has been pulled from the city's Eclipse system, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you reviewed all of these prior to today, correct?
yes.
Okay. So if you could just describe those conditions that are visible here that were previously cited.
Okay, so we have a garage with missing windows, missing panels on the bottom. There's some weeds, they're not 10 inches. And in the corner next to the downspout, there is raw sewage in the sewer.
Okay, and on that point, I'm going to move down to this next photograph, and this is also dated August 15th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this is a zoom up of that area that you were just talking about.
That's correct.
And so it's just to be clear, what we're talking about, we see two downspouts here, and this downspout on the right is on the 911 Scattergood property, correct?
Yes, that's the property side. Yes,
And that's the portion that was cited.
that's correct.
I'm going to move down to this next photograph. This is dated July 26th of 2023, correct?
Yes, yes,
And this is the same rear portion of that property, correct?
exactly in the same conditions.
Okay, and this is one of the photographs that you took.
Yes, I took that last week.
And you actually said that it was in this in exactly the same conditions, but am I correct that actually we have some panels now that have fallen down?
Yes,
And then we actually see that there is an active pool of what appears to be water over by that drain.
well, that's raw sewage.
Raw sewage, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna move down. And can you actually just explain that? So where is this raw sewage coming from?
Okay, so the raw sewage is coming from the downspout or the drain, which is attached to that property. And if you see the line between well, there's a weed line right there. The concrete is delineated, so it's a little bit higher than the next property's sewage line.
Okay, so that's essentially backing up and then that's what's causing it to infill?
Yes,
All right, and then this is a close-up of that, correct?
that's correct.
And this is another photograph that you took on July 26, 2023.
That's correct.
That does it for my questions for Inspector Williams.
Okay. Ma'am, Mr. McRae, do you have any cross-examination of the inspector? Any questions of the inspector?
No, I don't.
Okay. All
I
right,
have
thank you.
one, Mr. Chair, just for
Yes, sir.
clarity. Inspector Williams, good afternoon.
Good evening, sir.
Did you just testify that raw sewage was coming out the downspout?
The raw sewage is coming out of the drain, which is attached to the downspout.
Okay, so it's basically bubbling up.
Yes, that's
For
correct.
lack of a better term, bubbling up.
It's bubbling up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do you have any additional witnesses, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McRae,
Oh,
so what would you like to tell us about this?
Excuse me if I may, just
Yeah.
for the record, if I could have the exhibits admitted into the record.
Oh, so moved. All right. Ms. McRae, what do you have to offer? What do you have to tell us about this?
On, after getting the, violation, I, on September 23rd, 2002, contracted a contractor to replace the garage door in full. I paid a down payment of $400 on that. The contractor subsequently stole the money and has not replaced the door for me. And I've been in negotiations to try to get the money back so that I can replace that door. But that has not happened as yet. Please excuse me, I suffer from anxiety and I get upset easily.
Take your time.
The sewage, I was not aware that it was sewage coming up. I thought it was just water from the downspout, so that does surprise me. But when it was in 2022, my drain was operating correctly, and the water that was pooling up was coming from the neighbor next door to me. They had a lake of water, and it was pooling over into my yard or into my backyard. And I didn't feel that it was my responsibility to clean that up or to get rid of the weeds that are on their property that are spilling over into my property. Subsequently, I have noticed that the water is pooling up in my drain, this year, and I don't know who to contact to take care of it.
Okay, have you called a plumber?
I didn't know if a plumber would fix that. I've been looking up gutter people and other people.
Yeah, you should call a plumber, because it sounds like you're a rain leader. Pipes may be clogged.
No,
You can
I
tell
didn't
them.
call a plumber.
Okay, all righty. Anything else you want to tell us?
No, that's it. Sorry.
Okay. All righty. Anyone else have any comments or questions?
I just have a very quick question.
Yes.
Miss, I appreciate the understanding. I know that these proceedings are very stressful, so, completely understand and, just trying to be very respectful. So you indicated that you weren't aware until today, that was sewage, correct?
Right.
So, and I think the chairman has pointed out that, it seems like then you know now that you need to call a plumber, correct?
Yes.
So now that you're aware of that, how long do you think it would take you to, if the board were to provide you with any sort of state of enforcement to, contact a plumber and, make sure that work now gets done since you're understanding the violation better now?
I could call somebody tomorrow and see who can come out.
Okay, so in that context, board members, the city would be asking for a city affirm, but I would not object to providing a 60-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you. All righty. Before we
Mr. Chair,
call
and
the-
Mr. Chairman, may I add one thing?
Yes,
That Ms. McCray may want to consider going to a company that does garage doors, a very specific garage door replacement firm, rather than any individual contractor, to get some price quotes for repairing or replacing that garage door while she pursues getting her money back.
okay.
Okay.
Good point.
Furthermore, I'd like to add that if you do hire a plumber, you should make sure that plumber is licensed in the city of Philadelphia to do whatever needs to be done. You may be on limited income, and you may need to get some assistance. There's some city agencies that do that. You may want to, if you have limited income, you may want to contact your city council person to ask them if they can guide you to those places that can assist you. But these conditions have existed for a year, over a year. So they need to be dealt with.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All righty. Any final argument, Mr. Rulo?
No, board members.
Okay. We'll call the vote on HA-2022-003796, 911 Scattergood Street, Laura McRae, city affirmed 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I was on mute. City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
City
Okay.
affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Ms. McRae, what we've done is that we've voted that the city's violation notice is valid. However, we're saying that they can't take any additional enforcement action for 60 days. It gives you some time to call a plumber to get him involved to make the repair. It also gives you an opportunity to get a garage door repair company to take a look at your garage door.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And if you want to appeal our decision, you can do that. And you need information about that, call the office and they will give you information as to how to appeal our decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Okay. What's next?
Last case.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last case, case number 39, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003569, 5724 Hoffman Ave, Saku, Barry. Service was made. I do not see anyone in the waiting room under that name.
Secretary Barry. Mr. Secretary. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia, representing the city in this matter. With the appellant not in the room at this time, I would ask that the board mark this appeal city affirmed for failure to appear.
Okay. At what time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
6:29 PM.
6:29 PM. Thank you. We will now call to vote on HA-2022-003569-5724 Hoffman Avenue, Sekou Berry, city affirmed lack of appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Is
Mr.
that it for
Chairman?
today, Mr. Wade?
That's all.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
Ms. Wade,
I-
before you go, yes, Ms. Penn, yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't have any, I didn't know that we had a call already for case number 35. Could Mr. Wade remind me of what the outcome was for that matter? 35?
I have moot because the violations were withdrawn.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And I
can
have a
just-
couple of questions also. Number 3, what happened there? Linda Harris.
City affirmed with $120 stay of enforcement.
How did I forget that one? All right. And number 17.
17 and 18 were both lack of appearance as Mr. Pincus was acting chair.
Both 17 and 18, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it was 2 of them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's it for me. Thank you, everyone.
And Mr. Woodson, okay.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, are you there?
Yes,
Oh, could you stay on for 1 minute with me, please?
sure.
Thank you. Good night.
Do you want to go in the breakout room or?
Sure, we can do that. That sounds
Yeah,
good.
let's go in the breakout room. Let's do that.
Thank you, members of the board. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you give us a breakout room, Mr. Wade? I don't see it here.